Yeah, so interesting that 3 players brought Epiphany and all 3 advanced.
Turns out Epiphany is a very good deck. Who
Yeah.
knew? You know, there's it's difficult to beat. It's not impossible, but it is difficult.
Yeah.
Just because it asks so much of you during gameplay.
Mhm.
You have to be able to keep your own money up. You have to be able to identify the uh, right targets to trash. You have to be able to you have to keep your money up, but also not fall victim to
Oh yeah,
crypto
crypto
crash
crash.
out of nowhere. Which crypto crash and magistrate takes 10 credits, and that's a not insignificant swing.
Yeah.
When you need that money for other things. So it very much taxes the runner in terms of decision making, and I can see why some of these top players are playing it. But it's gonna be interesting to see how it fares in this top cut because it's very good. It is beatable,
Right.
and there are definitely tricks to doing it. And sometimes you can just kind of, uh, if you can control the board enough, then it can be the case that the Epiphany players just have a very tough time.
Yeah.
So we'll see what how things go, um, and how these players do it. I have both sides are going to be very experienced with it. So all right, all the players are setting up. Hello, stream, by the way, in case we haven't said anything. I believe that we are speaking to you live. My name is Chris, or I go by Zinchling online. Pronouns are he, him.
Hi, this is I heard nerve slash Steam. Steve. I also go. My pronouns are also he slash him. So are we live?
I, uh, unless told otherwise, I'm assuming that we are live.
Okay. All right. Cool. We are live. Welcome
All
everyone.
right. Great to see everyone. Good morning for those who are watching the stream here on the West Coast along with us. Good afternoon or good evening if you're somewhere else, and happy whatever time it is if you're watching on the VOD later. We are pleased to be covering the top cut here with the Vancouver Megacity 2026.
So
We
I think the players are still setting up for round 1. Do you want to talk a little bit about what made the top cut and the results of Swiss yesterday?
Yeah. So uh we are
Yeah. So what?
seeing
Yeah.
a lot of very strong players. We know Whiteblade is there, of course. They're fantastic. Laura, fantastic player. Ghostmeat, Sokka, multiple world champions. Sokka coming in at 7th. Unfortunately, fan favorite Hams just managed to miss the cut. Leah misses the cut. But we have some very strong players here, and I'm excited to watch their games this morning.
So I see that there are 3 Epiphany players yesterday, and all 3 made the cut. Um, so you also took an Epiphany list to a high finish at our local mega cities. What do
Yeah,
you
I
think,
managed.
yeah, makes this deck so strong?
Yeah. Honestly, a lot of it is it forces the runner to make a lot of decisions, right? They have to figure out what the important things are to trash. They have to be able to keep their money up, but not too far up, because otherwise they get crypto crashed. They have to be able to trash multiple things without losing the ability to fight off an oppo research that buries them in tags. Um, and it really is the corp setting the tempo. And if the corp is able to continually
Mhm.
push the tempo and push the runner into having to respond, it's going to be difficult to deal with unless you are teched to deal with it, unless you have things that help you make runs, unless you have things that give you money when you trash or trash for cheaper, unless you have things that allow you to offshore your money. So anything like open market, that's a really good card. Fermenters are fantastic. And it looks like we have our first players of the day. Whiteblade has chosen to run. It looks like with MuslihaT against Cybershark's Melies University. This is so that's kind of an interesting thing because Whiteblade is known for playing Epiphany. We just talked about how strong Epiphany is. Um, Whiteblade is also apparently very confident in his runner deck here.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Whiteblade chose to play MuslihaT against Melies, because I think, I don't know, I would think that matchup is probably Melies' favored. What do you think?
It depends on the Melies, but I think that generally, yeah, criminals can have a hard time into this kind of nasty ice style deck. I don't know if the uh, are the deck lists visible. I don't think the deck lists are currently visible on Cobra, unfortunately. So we can't really take a look and see what the players have in their deck. But yeah, this should be an interesting matchup. We'll see how Whiteblade's able to deal with the challenges here that Melee is going to put in front of him.
Yep, looking forward to it. So looks like Cybershark kept his hand, and Whiteblade also kept theirs.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, one of the interesting things in this matchup is going to be uh, MuslihaT is very kind of dependent on run-based economy, and so they want to have open servers to run. Uh, and it's not uncommon for Melier to leave a server open, but that's also the server that they're going to pick to trigger their abilities. So, is it worth it for the runner uh, to get their 3 credit clean getaway if it lets a corp pick up a hedge fund or a
Right.
Hansei review?
Yeah, I think you're just happy to let Melies take their 1 credit, but yeah, Muslia has so many run events, so
It looks like Whiteblade
yeah.
is in fact mulliganing their hand. I guess they were just waiting on Corp to decide. Also going to be tricky. They both have the same color sleeves. Hopefully the players count their cards at the end of the match.
Although you don't expect to see compilation out of Muslihat, but yeah, a real possibility. Cards get mixed up.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if this is the very kind of like run event heavy with only a couple support, or what resources the runner is bringing, if they're playing boomerangs or not. Um, it might even be on mayflies. Like, there's a lot of possibilities here. Um, Corp-wise, I'm not even like Melier can do a lot of different things. They're probably running a more glaciery build, um, trying to build up some strong ice and get some very strong upgrades in their remote, and then use things like Lotus Haze if they can score that agenda to kind of move things around and shut down all of these runs that the runner really wants to do. And that is one of the problems with run-based economy. If you can move around an anoetic void to wherever the runner targets,
Right.
that can be a big challenge to land some of your really big events like transfers of wealth.
Or even clean getaway, like if the runner is bottoming out, right?
Yeah, if it absolutely could be worth it to just move an anoetic and toss 2 cards if it keeps the runner on 0 credits. All right, we've heard time has started in the round, so we are going.
Okay, good
Good
luck to
luck to
both
both
players.
players. Cybershark having a good think here about their first turn. Looks like they have a pretty good hand.
Okay, hedge fund ice, pretty good start.
Get 4 for hedge fund.
And
Yeah,
then
yeah,
hedge
pretty
fund.
huge having a good Melies target right from the
Okay,
get-go.
so draw a hedge fund, install over HQ, and they have shuffling and have picked a server. Probably picking R&D here to start with.
Yep.
Sunken Sill from the MuslihaT draw.
Always nice to see. When my experience with MuslihaT, they tend to miss about 40% of the time or so, even when most of the deck is something else.
What was the credit on top of IMD?
That sounds like a skill issue.
It could be. It
And I'm
could
just
very
kidding.
well be.
Yeah.
All right, nice. That's Debbie. Nice start. And then Touchstone. Setting up some of this early econ. And then nice Carpe Diem. 6 is probably run HQ.
Melies, you, it's R&D.
Maybe run archives, showing that the court picked R&D.
Yeah, good
So
call
nice
from White
dodge
Blade.
there.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is pretty nice start from White Blade. A couple of drip econ pieces. And those econ pieces are not MuslihaT misses later on, so
Yeah, that is
yeah.
one of the things when you play MuslihaT, you want to see the stuff that you're going to miss on in your opening draw. Looks like that clean getaway just went back into archives just to get some money. I probably would have sent R&D there because the trigger had already passed. I would have liked to look at the top card, but maybe he didn't want to hit a Fuji by accident and lose some good cards in his hand. Their hand.
Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah. Maybe they have some breakers that they're not willing to risk.
Let's go
Oh, we know they have that
install,
Sankanshu.
install, and install.
All right, triple ice.
Okay,
This is
really nice.
this is a strong way of closing off some of these servers to runners. Not trying to
Yeah,
just rely on the Melee AU ability, but just ice R&D, ice archives, and what looks like maybe a spin doctor on the table. Um, just make it very annoying for that run-based economy to do anything.
yeah, so if you're White Blade and you have like Bravado in hand, like, you know, it might as well be a dead card at this moment.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's a challenging thing. It's always nerve-wracking to run against Jinteki because face checks can cause you to lose so many cards, and you kind of want those sometimes.
Yep. Sounds good.
Showing an
Overclock.
overclock, nice.
Just drawing up. Okay, Hermes is good.
And a mandatory.
Hermes a strong drop against well, anyone. It's honestly probably the best console in the game right now. I think that's maybe not.
One draw.
Maybe only
There's a
slightly
question.
disputed.
There's a question in chat. Is Cybershark a Harkle? What does that
I
mean?
will click 2 draw.
Hakarl, the
Oh, Hakara.
the maligned shark of HB Ice. It's I don't know. I guess that's one example of a Cybershark. So it looks like Cybershark is just kind of playing it a little slow, just continuing to draw cards, take money. White Blade having hit on 3 of their draws, being quite good.
Yeah.
I won't merge it with the credit.
It's possible this game's going to be a little slower. I think White Blade will probably just money up, draw up, try to develop their breakers before really getting anywhere.
Okay, makes sense.
Okay, yeah, biting the bullet on a 5 credit Carmen. You know, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
I get a Melies U credit. And a mandatory.
I think I might have tried to run that face down open card with one of those clicks and just tried to see if that
Spin or click one.
forces a spin doctor pop or something. Well, here's a different card
Oh,
that's a
okay.
spin doctor. So that
So we
begs the
know it's
question
not.
what that first one is.
Yeah. Could it be a table bite? I don't know.
Ooh,
We don't have deck lists yet, right?
I don't see
Install
them.
protecting
They're not.
threats, and
They have
then
not been
install
made
for
available,
A,
at
ready?
least to us on
Selecting.
this, that I can tell. But and now an
Okay, well,
ice goes over it. Interesting. Maybe it's not a table bite.
okay, a pinhole.
Good, but hard to play right now. I think this is just going to be a little bit of a slow game here. But Whiteblade is building up their resources and their board. Got a bunch of money on Debbie and a couple credits on the touchstone.
Okay, Melies, you credit.
What does that just hit the bin?
Mandatory.
Looks like a twinning. I think that's the alt art twinning, which is an
Okay.
interesting discard, honestly. It makes me think that they probably have the other one in hand as well. Or maybe they're just
Yeah.
not ready for it and they're confident they'll draw it later.
Click one, I'll draw.
Mm-hmm.
They are a little low on money, especially compared to the other side of the board. 3 credits to 15-ish. Corp definitely has a money advantage here, and it's being helped by just dripping a credit every turn. Kind of reminds me of Paulina in a way, one of the older Jinteki IDs that gave you a credit the first time the runner drew a card, and
Let's go.
runner draws a card almost every turn. So it's continuing to money up. Maybe they don't have a whole lot of ice. Maybe they're just content to not make a push in a server right now.
Yeah, I know you made a comparison of Melies being sort of like the combination of PD and Polana, whether
Yeah.
you either get a credit or a card back. Yeah, really strong ID.
I will draw again.
Yeah, and I think it's very strong in the early game when you can very easily predict where the runner might run, or they might just not run, and you just get that trip credit. In the later game, it can lose a little bit of its power once the runner has an established board state, once they've gotten their breakers and their economy up, and it's a lot harder to predict where the runner might go.
Right.
Melies, you.
But we have a full breaker suite out for the runner now. The
Mandatory.
Yeah,
Sun
Whiteblade
Conchu-
being quite patient, just taking 3 credits and setting up.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's kind of what you have to. The Corp isn't presenting any threat here. So if the runner doesn't need to push anything, I don't think you be too aggressive here.
I will install here.
Are we starting to see a push from Cybershark?
And I
Maybe.
will...
We've got the second ice on the remote with that one card that was installed in turn 2. See another card installed.
Maybe that face down
Ponce,
was just like an unresed
select
the grid.
server.
I'm forgetting the name.
Oh, Lacosta? That
Yes,
could be a
Lacosta.
Lacosta grid.
Yeah.
And yet more money. Corp is sitting on 25 credits now. They are quite comfortable to do whatever they want. So yeah, that could be a Charlotte Lacosta in the remote. It might just be they want more money and more cards. They're only on 2 cards in hand, so maybe they need a little bit more before they do a push. You'd think with this many cards having been drawn that they'd see at least one agenda, though. Because we're at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, plus a 30-stick deck. So they're probably about 20 cards into their deck-ish. 15 at most, or at least.
Okay, we have an overclock coming up on Whiteblade.
Yeah, Whiteblade has just been hitting.
Are they
Alright,
going
there
to
we
contest
go.
the remote?
I'll Resatini for 6.
No, just running archives.
Okay.
There are a lot of face downs in the bin. A teeny. Ooh, that is a chonker. Fortunately, Sankan Shield deals with it not too bad.
Use Spin Doctor.
Yeah, so we have Spin getting popped.
probably been tossing those agendas to the Hansei reviews, knowing that the spin's there on the board.
Alright, commit to
Yep,
access.
hedge
If they're not ready to
fund
push.
and a face down going back.
It's not a hedge fund. Seems good. Let's see if the corp guessed correctly over where the runner might run.
So what do you make of this overclock run on archives?
I think it's pretty low risk, good reward.
It's archives.
You get the credit back for playing it on the touchstone and on Debbie, so you are kind of net positive there, and you were able to spend little. Wow,
Yeah,
okay,
Cybershark
Malia,
called
you
it,
guessed
yeah.
correctly, but it looks like they are thinking about whether or not to trigger the ability. Maybe there's a agenda on top of R&D or another card they want, but nope, they toss it and take a different, well, take a face down card back. Maybe,
Right.
who knows what? It may have been the one they discarded. It might not. But we see nothing else of importance in the bin.
Yes, that was a Lacoste grid advancing something the remote.
Hey,
So, yeah, so not a Charlotte.
unless they're slow rolling it like crazy.
A 5-3, yeah. Slow cooking a Sisyphus maybe or a Fuji.
Yeah.
I mean, Cybershark is pretty safe here, I think. Whiteblade, they do have a lot of credits banked on Debbie and Touchstone, but I don't know if that would be enough to threaten the remote.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's possible that Cybershark is happy to just let that whatever card in the remote just kind of sit there, because Hermes is on the table, and if you just rush to score it out, if it's a 4-2 or whatever, Hermes bouncing HQ ice followed by transfers of wealth would be pretty terrible. So
Yeah, good call.
this is kind of playing around Hermes, trying to keep the board a little safer. MuslihaT continues dripping, and I think that's their first miss. Seeing a card on top that is not a run event or a breaker. It's always heartbreaking when it's like, oh, my ability did not fire. I am sad.
I'll get the Melies, you credit.
Trying to get it out of the way, taking a few credits, and discarding Biobans.
Click one, I'll advance this. I will score.
I guess it's hard to play because...
Oh, it's a Regenesis.
Oh.
Okay, so I guess that archive run
Sneaky.
was, I mean, so Whiteblade knows what Cybershark's deck list is, right? So I guess that archives run was to turn off the Regenesis play earlier.
Wow, that is a bold move on the part of Cybershark, assuming that Whiteblade wouldn't just run archives again. But it looks like that paid off for them, and I believe that looks like a Fuji, an alt art Fuji,
Yeah, this is
bringing
huge.
Cybershark to 4 points.
And install.
So I wonder if Cybershark is on a measured list, right? Because the Regenesis and the Fuji puts you immediately to threat 4.
We haven't really seen much influence from them yet, so it's entirely possible. I haven't...
Whiteblade just drawing up. Sure, gamble with couple credits on name is huge.
Mm-hmm.
These are cool mystics. Thank you. And then I will get a...
A chest.
I get a Melies.
Nice.
Lacoste will place an advancement here. And I mandatory.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's Cybershark is sort of threatening to end the game next turn, right?
Yeah, I mean, if that's another Fuji in the remote, then Whiteblade is in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, so Whiteblade, they have to get in the remote and have enough credits and or cards to survive potential measured coming in. This is a tall task.
And
Yeah.
But it looks like we have, is that like 7 credits banked between
transfer?
Levy and Touchstone?
Yeah,
Okay,
and
that's a
a transfer.
transfer.
It's too late. Whatever.
You know, at the same time, Whiteblade has a pretty solid board state here, and there's no protective upgrade in the remote.
Right.
Um,
Okay,
so we're
so we're seeing
starting
the
with the
transfer.
transfer.
I mean, Cybershark has a lot of credits, but I imagine we'll see a lot of it go away.
Yeah,
between the
there's
ice
that
reses.
balance. It's that balance here of like, how much am I spending on Resi Ice knowing that I'm losing 3? At some point, you almost might be willing to just let them through and take just the 3 loss so you can use your money to Res Ice elsewhere. If you don't think that you're going to be able to stop the runner here, but Whiteblade's going to have a lot of credits to contest that remote, and there's no defensive upgrade in there. There's only the La Costa. So I given enough credits on the runner side. I'm not sure what 2 ice could potentially stop them.
Joe, what's time in the round?
So it's going to be interesting seeing how much is spent here for both sides. Whiteblade having a lot of credits banked is going to be really useful. Even on this run, they can spend 6 credits without touching their actual credit pool. All right, Boto, and
Ooh, Boto.
being strength 6 because we are at threat 4. That is annoying to deal with.
So I'll have 2 at the end of this. 6 plus my 2 says me.
That works for me.
Yeah, that is another nice factor with the Regenesis play, that Boto gets up to threat 4. Yeah.
Also, a lot of credits there.
So just 2 credits remaining, and 4 credits on Touchstone. Is Whiteblade continuing?
I think if you spent this much, you have to. You have to just go.
Yeah, I suppose so, yeah. Because, yeah, they broke the ATRs on Boto, so...
They've got a decent hand of cards, so if it is something too damaging, like double Boto is probably the worst possible here. But I guess technically Cloud Eater might be pretty bad too. But they are continuing.
How many cards?
It looks like. Cybershark debating on whether or not to res this ice. Tense moment
nice
for both
long
sides.
think.
That's a
Lion's
Lion's Mane. Alright. That is doable. That's a 5 credit thing. No, 6.
No, just 5, I think.
It's just 5.
Just fixing the credits situation.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay. That's fine.
Yeah, so should be down to 1 credit on Touchstone. Yeah.
Or spending actual money and keeping the touchstone credits, which is an interesting choice.
It's HQ.
And HQ was
Wow.
big, so that's gonna be big.
Cybershark just calling it.
I'll take a Hansei to hand.
Being
Came
like
back to
a
Hansei review to
Hansei.
recover from this. But losing 3 credits, Whiteblade gaining 6 in a tag. You do probably want to clear that tag because that Debbie looks very tasty.
So the Hansei is huge, right? Because if you're at 5 credits, you can Hansei into double measured.
Mm-hmm.
So
Politely pointing out you need to lose 3. But yeah, and the other thing is getting the card back into hand makes the density a little bit harder. Ooh!
Oh,
That is a bite.
that's a bite.
Now the question is, do you pay the
Do you
4
fire
for
this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think you don't.
Yeah. Not gonna fire it. Yeah.
Corp does not, because they want that money. They need it in their hand to recover financially for next turn, which means that Whiteblade could theoretically push it here if they really want to try to tax the corp a bit. They have 6 credits and 5 on Debbie. This looks like, yeah, Debbie run into
Debbie
that
run.
remote. If the corp has to res here, they're not going to be playing that Hansei next turn. But if that's an agenda, they're also not protecting it.
Res a tattoo.
Oh,
Just
nice.
a tattoo. Nice.
Tattoo, which is really nice because you're going to make it back. Although it does feed
Okay.
Kurupira. Give it another counter and get it that much closer to breaking the Boto.
Yeah, access. What's those?
Now, I'm guessing that that's an agenda. And, ooh,
Oh,
send
it's
a
a send a
message.
message.
This ice?
Yeah. Runner's
Hermes
turn, so
bouncing
the
on
Hermes
the
bounce
ice.
first. Hermes bounce first before the send a message triggers.
And then I
But it does look like that was threatening game point. So, wise run on Whiteblade's part. And what will Cybershark choose to res if they remember that they can res an ice from this?
I can't tell how many cards is in Whiteblade's hand.
Ooh, and we see the Cloud Eater
Cloud
being
Eater.
rezzed, which is a little frustrating that you're doing this on a without the runner triggering the on encounter ability, but it's still a strength 6 piece of ice with 3 subs. Like, it's
Yeah.
not insignificant to deal with in the future.
Yeah, still a massive pain to deal with, Carmen. Yeah.
And the tag is cleared. But that was a big dent in both players' finances. Whiteblade spending a lot of resources, but they had to do it in order to keep the game going.
Yeah, so we'll see if Whiteblade survives. Um,
Hansei review.
okay, Hansei.
5. Trash that. Measured response.
Yep,
It
there's
is
the first
measured
measured.
response. All right.
You can keep this one. The rest are trash.
Losing the other
Are we gonna
20 in
see a
there
second
amongst
one?
other stuff.
Yep,
And there's the second
one.
measured for
And that's the
game.
game.
Ooh, Cybershark takes it. That was a nasty fork. And I think Whiteblade did all they could to keep their money up, keep their hand size up, and still get in there to take it. But sometimes when the corp is rich enough, they can just do what they want.
So stressed out when I
Yeah, truly a nasty
But yeah.
fork. You either let me score this agenda and win, or you die a fiery death. Yeah.
Yeah. It's possible that Whiteblade could have seen one of the measures from hand, but again, picking HQ and bringing that one card back, diluting HQ, making it harder to see anything in there, you know, that's picking it in itself is picking right is a challenge, but yeah, being able to pull that back, make it less likely for Whiteblade to see the agenda
I think the thing that I learned last night from my
or see the agendas
The
or
measured, yeah.
the measured, like,
was when to pivot
well played.
to just poking stuff, not with the
Really well played by both players.
just know
But Cybershark will be moving on to the upper bracket, and Whiteblade
or
will
like
be
set myself up to trash
fighting for their
Magistrate
tournament
and then
life
poke 2
in the
things.
lower.
Because there's probably a Let Them Dream sitting around.
Yeah, this is an exciting, dare I say, explosive start to the cut. It's a
Thank you.
proper measured response there.
Yeah, likewise.
All right, we've got about 16 minutes left in the round. I think commentators are going to take a little break while we wait for things to get set up. Unlike digital, we can't just hop over to another game. But this should be an interesting tournament. We've had a great game to start with. That's the first game finished. So we'll see you in 15-ish minutes. All right, we are back. Welcome to round 2 of the cut of the Vancouver Megacity 2026. The first round, we watched a very tricky match between Cybershark on MuslihaT and Whiteblade on MuslihaT. And Cybershark managed to pull it off with a double measured response win, under pressure of just advancing out for the win. This round we have Laura on Lat and Friday on Epiphany. This is going to be interesting. I don't know if Shaper really is going to have the gas to deal with a traditional Epiphany deck. Epiphany's usual MO is just put out lots of remotes, lots of assets that need to be trashed, some high value. Maybe if Laura can get Azamat and
Azamat,
Fencer
yeah.
Fueno or something really early, she might have a chance, but it's not a matchup that is traditionally Shaper favored.
I see. So in your experience with Epiphany, the Shaper matchups have been pretty good for you.
I think so. Again, it really depends how quickly they get that out. I don't know if Laura is playing Fermenter. Fermenter is a huge beneficial card in this matchup. It lets
Yeah.
you offshore your money so that you don't have to worry quite so much about Crypto Crash and Magistrate. You can recover from those hits very quickly, but it can be difficult for Shaper to keep up with everything that the Epiphany player puts on the board.
I see.
But Lat is very good at drawing. So that the tempo Lat could potentially keep up with the tempo of Epiphany in terms of cards. I'm just not quite sure how the output's gonna go. But Laura made it to the cut. Friday made it to the cut. They're both really good players. I'm looking forward to seeing this really interesting game.
So if you're Friday, you're playing Epiphany, what do you want to see in your opening hand against Lat?
Honestly, probably just 3 assets that I can throw out onto the field. You want to see a balanced coverage to give you some money. You want to see federal fundraising to give you some card draw. Maybe a Spin Doctor for more tempo. Maybe a Regolith mining license to make sure that you can build up your money. Maybe even a ping or a VSA, virtual service assistant, something to cover a central. I'm not even sure if you ice centrals for a while in this matchup. You might just kind of leave them open and focus on developing the board, depending on whether or not Laura's playing more deep dive. Central pressure isn't exactly something that Shapers are known for, other than that right now.
Right. Yeah, I wonder if Laura's playing like Illumination or Burner to punish decks that don't ice their centrals a little more.
Yeah, if Illumination can fire, that is a huge tempo swing for Lat. Or it would be. Being able to install 3 cards at once at discounts is pretty significant. And again, if Lat can find Azamat early, if they can find a Fencer Fueno early, or any other card that they have to deal with assets, the game could change pretty significantly. It might even be worth burning a self-modifying code on finding Azamat.
I think that's the play we might be seeing here.
I'm gonna use the overclock for a second. I'm gonna get the estimate. Sorry, I crashed.
But yeah, Friday got off to a good start. Oh,
3 credits left on it.
3 credits left on the
No, 2 credits because you.
Yep, there it is. The Azamat.
yep, yeah.
Out.
That's the play that.
We see the balance coverage disappearing from the recurring credits
2 credits.
in the last of the overclock. Yeah, I mean that's about. It's as good an opening probably for Epiphany as you can want, and this is probably about as good an opening for Lat as you could want, honestly. creative to get back up in the money.
Go ahead.
Really good start. And getting the last draw too.
Probably
Okay,
would've
no assets
paused.
rest on Friday's side.
Use an Epiphany counter to find something to install. Like, okay, now you
Slice goes
gotta
down.
start protecting the important assets here.
And we're going to.
But sometimes Epiphany just doesn't draw you what you need to see. Sometimes you take a look at the top 3 and despair sets in.
People stop asking stupid questions.
But yeah, we're just gonna keep putting them out. Anacam followed by Strike Fund. Interesting.
Really nice.
I wonder if this is the kind of Audrey Strike Fund Steel Skin
Oh,
deck that
that's an
just kind
interesting
of
deck.
that burns through your deck and then uses the one hardware to just kind of bring your cards back as you do them. The buffer drive. That would be an interesting build.
So we have 3 assets installed, or maybe could be upgrades, but nothing's been rest. What do you make of this board state?
Well, it's probable that none of them are cards that are needed at the moment. Could be B1001s. It could be different things. There's a ping that'll stop a run. It's maybe they're some sort of fascinance enabler, whether it's the grid, Vladimir City grid, or it could be a Hollow Man. Just none of them are things that are going to help immediately.
Last draw? Oh, sorry. Anacam draw? Now last draw? Over to you.
Laura continuing to develop the board. We do see a balanced coverage.
Okay, not
Missed
revealing.
on that.
It's a little bit of a slow start from Friday, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel like they should have known that from the Epiphany install that they did last turn. So that might just be, you know, long tournament exhaustion.
Installing a card and then taking a couple credits.
Board is getting a little worrisome, even though nothing's rezzed. Having 6 remotes is a little bit threatening. I wouldn't be surprised if Laura starts checking these. Magistrate, I think you kill this. Really? Okay.
Oh, just gonna let it stay.
For me, Magistrate is a trash when you find it card. Because you either trash it and spend the 3 now, or you let them score and then you lose 3 and you have to go trash it anyway.
Right.
So it looks like Laura had enough that she could have fought off an Oppo research for tags, but maybe she just didn't want to wasn't ready to trash multiple things and didn't want to give Epiphany a counter.
Quick one draw.
Friday continuing to draw up. I think Friday also missed again on the balanced coverage, right?
Yeah,
Really unfortunate. Yeah.
You rely on those credits. You know, Epiphany can play very close to the ground.
Right. I mean, you can have a billion cards installed, but if you don't have the money to res them, you know, they're not doing anything for you.
Laura continuing to find all of her money cards and just drawing. No need to set up, no need to install icebreakers unless you happen to find one. There's nothing to really contest other than that ping as she installs a Unity. All right, federal fundraising. Well, now at least the balance coverage should fire.
Sure, we'll do it like that.
Because you will know exactly what those top 3 are.
These 2 go back on top. I'm gonna aim asset. I'm gonna show you this.
See what the real is?
Looks like
yeah, we can't tell, but probably an asset of some kind.
I would guess asset. 7 credits. Got some assets rezzed on the field. This could potentially see a score here, but I think we're gonna just. Oh,
Oh, something's happening.
just
Oh,
moving the
okay.
money.
Just making room
Moving
for
it out of the way.
all the remotes.
Too
Yeah.
many remotes. We are up to 10 remotes here, only one of which has an ice. It is a barrier, and the runner is only showing a code gate breaker. So nothing over the centrals yet. Don't need it.
Laura's
We're
gonna start
continuing to
checking
check.
some of these remotes.
And trying to sneak out a crypto
Crypto
crash.
crash.
And
Okay.
asking, I guess, if they can res the magistrate beforehand. Or just resing it now after?
Well, then I might not.
I feel like that might have been
Okay.
a
Yeah.
sign.
So we're taking it back. Yeah, we're gonna rest the magistrate before the access.
Yeah.
I have to access it.
Which is the correct play, but
Is Laura considering not stealing here, perhaps?
I don't steal it.
yeah, because she can probably go
oh,
trash
okay.
the magistrate and then go back and steal it.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Okay.
Yeah, if you're willing to spend the clicks on that, that's just fine. Dropping a simul chip at the end there.
No, sorry, no lateral.
See if there is a punish, but with the corp only on 5 credits, small oppo just isn't going to do anything when the runner's sitting on 20.
We have the cohort,
And then
but we're gonna have to protect this, I assume.
Kings, who's drawing one. Will
Yeah, it's cohort's a great card. Helps give you money, helps cycle through your deck. I'm just kind of curious what does the Epiphany need right now?
Yeah, what are you thinking? What do you want to see as the Epiphany player here?
and that was my mandatory.
I mean, I would have loved to score that crypto crash, that's for sure. So I'm hoping that there is something here on the board that's going to help me to score an agenda. Vladizibirsk City Grid would be great to see. Maybe a Hollow Man, if you can find a Stoke the Embers to get that scored. Wage Workers coming down. We're going to see more remotes here. And then
And
Small
yeah, and then a
oppo.
small oppo.
giving him 2 tags. At this point, that's just tempo. It will cost Laura 4 credits to clear that. She has 4 credits. She just drips 4 credits this turn. But that is also 2 clicks that it will take.
Yeah.
And that's 2 clicks that the corp can use to
Epiphany balance update, daily cost ban.
try to find something else here. Try to limit how many of these remotes can be checked and trashed. So
Yeah,
maybe
that's
there
a-
is another agenda hidden down there somewhere.
Yeah. Even though Laura's very rich, I suppose you have to start trying to tax and grind out the runner.
Mhm.
Yeah. So a naked crypto crash, does that sort of signal maybe that the corp might be flooded, or what do you think?
I mean, there's a good chance that the corp has drawn at least 2 or 3 agendas at this point. There's probably 10 agendas in the deck. And we're several cards deep into this. I would not be surprised if at least a couple of the remotes out there were actually agendas. But I don't know if it's necessarily flood. I think it's just you need to go and put them on the table. And because Friday hasn't been rezzing all of these other remotes, it's much harder for Laura to tell what's important and what's not.
Right.
That is one of the things. Some players will choose not to res. Good players may choose not to res cards that would help them at the moment, just because if you are in the habit of resing your useful assets every time that you play them, then cards that are unresed become much more suspicious.
Right.
Oh, can we pause a second?
So
I'll
With this, there's a lot of cards here on the table. Who knows what all of these could be? But with the wage workers, we are threatening any one of these could just be quadruple advance and score it. Crypto Crash taking 7 credits from Laura would be significant. You'd love to have a Magistrate on the board to make that 10. That would put a pretty decent chunk. But it looks like we are going with install, install, install. Maybe? Install, install, install.
Yeah, 6 more installs.
And then Epiphany for another install.
It looks like that's an agenda on top. It's hard to tell.
Could be, yeah. Starting to encroach upon the other player's playmat here. We
The
are
ultimate power
invading.
move.
Yes. Their space is now my space.
Well, do you want me to expand over here? It's a little bit of a stair. There you go. The new card's going over.
Okay,
All right.
thinking better of it.
Polite, moving it
Being a
over.
gentleman, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, Laura has strong advantages here. The Azamat being on the table, 25 credits. About to draw
Right.
4.
Yeah, just Anakim and Lad keeping Laura topped up with cards.
Yeah. But I feel at some point, you just need to go in and make 4 runs and trash 4 cards. Or at least touch 4 cards. And the more you wait, the longer it takes.
Yep.
The more they
Yeah,
can get
just-
set up. We're seeing
Yeah, so we
another
are gonna
run.
touch some cards.
Okay, that's another cohort going down.
Good hit.
But if you're trashing 1, I feel like you should go and check some others too, so that, because you've already triggered the Epiphany on this turn.
Mm-hmm.
If you trash more things, they don't get more counters.
Right.
And you've got the clicks for it. You want to avoid, at this point, I guess one of the challenges might be hitting a check a scion or something.
Yeah.
But instead, Laura continuing to set up full breaker suite with that propeller and revolver. Very strong. Propeller is going to get through the ping with no problem. Just a counter and a credit. But we still have a good 10, no, 8, 10, 12 remotes on the board. So there's
Just
there's
Epiphany
some
things.
there's some surprises there, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And those 2 credits from the balanced coverage just continuing to drip in. Looks like we're gonna see 4 advancements being placed on a card, 3, and then the wage workers.
Oof.
The other magistrate that was there from the beginning. And is this a crypto crash? Oh,
Wow.
Stoke the Embers. Okay. So that will lose Laura 3. The advancement goes somewhere else. If I had to bet, that's probably a city grid. But Stoke being not quite econ positive, but very close to it, is always a pleasure to see in these decks. We're continuing to draw up, finding answers, money. I think money is at this point what you're really looking for, and maybe a deep dive. You can. It'd be great to see a Hannah if Hannah is in the deck.
Yep. You know, speaking of Check His Scion, I wonder if that advanced card is maybe a Check His Scion and not a grid.
That could be too.
Like, it's very tempting.
This is always one of the risks. And one of the things that I do like doing is actually if you can put the grid on top of a checkist, and then if they want to run and trash it to keep you from scoring, they will take those tags.
That is nasty. That is some truly evil play.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna go in and trash the balanced coverage.
Yeah, it's time.
Shut off the corpse econ.
Giving another counter. I still think that magistrate needs to go down, but we'll see. Down to 16 credits on the runner side, so it is It is getting lower. It's still not low, but
Regain another 5.
and of course,
Discarding
uh,
1 pinhole.
credit into
Oh, I over discarded a card. Good. I can just leave it there.
credit into money is always good. Laura bouncing back up to 21, but
We
still
see
leaving.
Echelon. Oh, sorry.
Isn't it effectively the same as like
So we
Okay.
see Echelon SMC, and is that a pinhole? It's hard to tell, but it looks like it might be a pinhole hitting the bin.
Yeah,
I can
yeah, that's a
Yeah.
pinhole.
I'll take back the pinhole.
She's
Okay.
redeciding. Actually, maybe I want to trash something else instead, or maybe she just
I think
didn't
she
need
just-
to discard that many.
Yeah, I think she just discarded too many cards. Yeah.
Yeah. Creative Commission, seeing the money at the right time, but still leaving Epiphany with all of the clicks, all of the credits, all the cards. We see 5 credits isn't a whole lot to do things with, but it's not insignificant, especially if they can find another
Another Stoke here, maybe.
another Stoke off this top and install, gain some money, gain an advancement. Looks like they are deciding.
Yeah.
Oh, nope, there is a Stoke being placed on that card. So I think that was, in fact, a Vlad grid.
and then we're gonna go.
We're going to see, I think, another scorer here.
1, 2, 3. Then we make 3 back, and then we're gonna.
So this whole play is basically credit neutral, right? That's
Yeah.
pretty. Yeah.
You even get the
That's
advancement
really
back.
nice. Yeah.
Once again.
Credit neutral, but the runner loses 3.
Right.
This is why you spend the 3 to trash the magistrate so you don't keep losing the 3. It's 3 either way, except one way, the corp gets to keep doing it.
I mean, but
Laura,
Laurel's
five
still
money.
flush with cash. Like,
Yeah,
Like,
that's like every money card in the deck here. Alright, going and trashing that, you cannot let them have that fast advance tool at this point.
You did your part. No one said
It is another counter.
I'll run this card.
this one.
Checking
we're
the
gonna
other
start
remotes
checking more of these
finally.
remotes. Yeah.
Sure, I'll res a spin doctor.
Sure.
Spin Doctor shows up.
Size now, asshole.
Probably gonna
No, that was uncalled
put some tasty treats back.
I'm mad because of Vlad.
3. Okay.
I'm seeing red or seeing green. I don't know.
Yeah, are you spinning that?
Yeah, I'm gonna spin back 2 cohorts.
How crucial is it to get rid of the federal on the board? Do you think?
Okay, and last but not least, I'll discard.
I don't think it's as crucial, but it is a nice target. Letting the corpse see what they're drawing continuously
This is why S is a problem.
is going to let them have a lot of control over what gets put on the top. It makes R&D runs almost impossible unless you have multi-access.
Right.
But also, it doesn't look like Laura is running R&D. So, you know, letting them pick what's there and potentially even setting up for Epiphany plays is always really good.
One thing I've noticed playing these Epiphany decks is if you can keep the corpse board under control, you don't mind the federal sticking on the board because, like, the corp can delay drawing agendas, but they're not going anywhere, so they'll eventually draw them and kind of get
Yeah.
flooded. Yeah.
Yep.
Can I do it there?
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
Do you care if the board's getting messy at this
No.
point? Okay. I'm just
We're
gonna
gonna see another multiple install turn here.
2,
Yeah.
Can we install 3 things?
3.
Figure wage workers click.
Take a credit.
Sounds good.
Wage workers to get a credit. Sometimes you just need that.
I'm going to.
You know, one of the biggest ways of fighting off Epiphany, especially now that
Said what it was because I was thinking about.
Off-World Office has been banned, is trying to take out all of their econ. If they don't have the money to res the city grid, if they don't have the money to do a big oppo, it gets a lot easier to deal with their board.
Okay, overclock the trash. The wage workers. Feels good.
Yes. That is a good use of an overclock in this deck. We see
All
Burner.
right. Burner.
It's going to be interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if there was another Spin Doctor on the board, but being able to see those 3 cards,
Let's put Oppo.
mess with the hand. That Oppo goes away immediately. And you probably put... I don't know, it depends if you're running HQ more or not. If you're running HQ, you probably want to put the ice on the top. If you're running... Okay, just bottoming the agenda.
On the agenda.
Actually, do you pick the order of which ones go on the bottom?
Saying you are not going to have this to score. We're going to deal with this another time.
Cards from the top and or bottom of RNG. I would think so. Oh,
Yeah, pick the order. Do you tell me?
Are we reconsidering?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it like this.
Okay.
Okay, so Oppo to the
No,
bottom.
no. Confident in this. Alright.
Interesting. And
There
trashing
goes-
the magistrate.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
put this ping just now. Scrunch these in.
Yeah, I guess maybe Laura, because Laura only had 1 credit left at that point.
Mhm.
Not too interested in maybe running R&D.
Yeah.
Could be a ping, you know. So
Yeah, I think... I don't know. I might have tried to keep the agenda in hand and maybe make some HQ runs to try to steal it, especially after bottoming that 1 Oppo. Because HQ is still wide open. But knowing that the agenda is in there is tempting. Does put you to Oppo range, and the Magistrate was still on the board.
You duck too low on
But
size.
now it's gone. So we'll see if
Like 6 or 7 cards in hand.
what Laura will do here and how Friday responds.
Reliably.
2 Federals gives them a lot of control over what they're drawing.
1.
okay, something getting installed behind the ping. Couple more remote.
Reinstalls. Unfortunately, no wage workers click this turn.
Today's, this is my 3 turn.
That is a lot of unresed remotes here.
Alright, well, I'm gonna speed it a little.
We're at 12 remotes, only 2 of which have a resed card in them.
You don't have to try to win. You can, like, chill out.
There's agendas hiding amongst these. There have to be. You just gotta figure it out. Going and challenging the ice remote, because obviously that's important. It was behind ice.
What they were the new cards? Are they over here?
Yeah, we couldn't see what it was, but
Click
thing.
3, I'll run this one.
Okay, maybe not.
Use the new ones.
Oh wait, it was install, alright, yeah. This one.
This one?
Rolling multiple dice to randomize which one they're accessing. They see... that
oh,
was...
Regolith. That's
Regolith.
huge.
That, yeah.
Yeah.
At this point, if a Regolith fires, Friday is back in business. Because if you can be on +7 credits, if you're above 10, then Big Oppo is threat. Resing City
You can
Grade
res
is
whatever
threat.
assets you need, yeah.
Yeah. Or continuing to toss some useless cards from her hand at the end. Probably just trying to get down as much as possible.
Have another cohort. A 3rd federal fundraiser.
Alright.
But federal fundraiser is a political asset, right? So if it's behind ping,
Yeah, you're not going to get the draw from it, but you have 2 other ones that are controlling the draw. This is just going to give you control over what you're seeing. And it was probably bait, honestly. Like, yes, waste a click and a run to see this 3rd federal.
Yeah, that's fine, you have to say.
Yeah. Well,
Oh, that one
as long as, like, this one's, yeah, that's
A lot of draw decisions here. It does mean that you probably won't see an agenda unless you won't draw an agenda unless you want to.
I'm gonna draw you with the 1st federal. I'm gonna draw you with the 2nd federal.
Yeah.
But
And then the 3rd's just a reorganize.
Friday continuing to put cards in their hand. So they must want specific things. And then mandatory.
are they checking
See
what
it
cards they
stored
install?
there. Yeah. You lose track at some point. When you have this many cards on the table, and even then, you still want to, like, if you want to check, like, 1 or 2, you check everything. You just spend the time, because you don't want the runner to know that, oh, I need to know what this 1 or 2 cards are. I need to know
Right.
what all of these cards are, so that there's nothing that's, like, super important.
I'm going to
We have a Moonpool.
All right, so this is like Johnny's deck, then that we saw at the Megacity here. So install advance, use Moonpool,
I'm gonna
tossing out
either shuffling these around
one
and
card,
add
revealing
hidden traction agenda. Oh look, there are 2 agendas in archive. What?
2 cards.
Looks like 2 Freedom of Information getting shuffled back into R&D.
And then
Now
maybe
we're looking
the
for a Magistrate.
Yep, there's
There
a
we go.
Magistrate. Those last 2, is this a Crypto Crash? That is a Crypto Crash for a 10 credit loss. Oof.
Yeah, but I mean,
Maximum.
Friday is at 0 credits now, so...
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now it's your turn to shuffle.
Yeah, there is a cohort on the board that could help get them some money. Being at 0 is hard. This is there's the Hannah. Finally, Hannah is. Laura's like, all right, I need to go now, but let's do this.
Click 3, check this one.
This one.
Let's start checking everything.
Not concerned.
Powers that be.
That
That would have
be.
been nice to have res last turn, but I think the Magistrate was probably more important. What else?
And you know, like before you, like, Laura's down to 5 credits. Like,
Yeah. She
that
had
money's
so much
somehow
money.
all gone.
Like I said, 10 credits is a huge swing. Like that's more than the output almost of a daily cast, you know?
Yeah, it's 2 daily casts for you.
Running HQ.
So
You have 5 in it?
running HQ, trying to see if there's maybe something hiding in there. Just another cohort. And that's gonna go away as well. Laura is dipping pretty low on credits, but at least at this point the Magistrate isn't well, if Corp scores, Magistrate's not an issue. It is going to be an issue if Laura wants to score anything though, if she wants to try to steal anything, because that 3 credits on steal is also pretty significant at this point.
Yeah, for sure.
Federal.
This is where you look at the Unity and the Revolver being installed and say,
Orientation that I
that's 5 more credits that I could have right now. You know, you haven't used those once during this entire game. There hasn't been enough ice to challenge to make it worth it. And maybe putting the ice down or putting the icebreakers down made Friday think twice about installing ice. That's entirely possible. But you know, in this game, when you're playing against someone who has 12 remotes on the board, every credit counts.
Yeah. It's such a tall task for the runner to keep up with all these assets.
We are down to only 9 servers on the board.
Yep.
Well, okay. As I say that, they install another.
Yeah, but you know, Friday is just down to 2 credits, so maybe this can give Laura some breathing room to catch up. Rigging up for a Coalescence.
Nice. That's a good way of getting some money. Even with the extra credit for charging the coal. And go trash that. You know, you got to do this while Oppo is not a threat. Killing another regolith.
Huge.
This one?
No, this one.
This one?
Yeah.
You should?
Yeah.
Okay. Powers.
Oh, I saw that one already. Jesus.
I think Laura saw that already, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah, this is another thing with Epiphany, right? It taxes your mental like energy just by putting so many like just cards on the board. Like you should forget what you checked and what was what.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can see there's a Magistrate on the board. Ooh, nice steal. Grabbing the last Crypto Crash. With no Magistrate on the board.
Federal.
So that is a free 2 points. Laura is hanging tough on this.
Yeah.
I do think Epiphany is... If Epiphany can get their money up, this game is going to definitely swing back in their favor, but, you know, 5 agendas are out of the game. There's probably 5 more, and that deck is looking really thin, so the agendas are somewhere.
Yeah, Laura finding the 2 unrest regolith was really huge.
Yeah.
Do these decks run a 3rd regolith
They
that we have
might.
to worry about?
I feel like 2 is pretty common.
I'll run HQ.
But it's hard to say. It could be. That could be there.
I'll chip.
All right, seeing the ping on HQ res, going back down to 1 credit, which is hard. Giving a tag. Makes you wonder if maybe there's a B1001 on the board somewhere here.
Break for 1.
But getting Gauss, saying enough of your propeller nonsense.
Yeah.
I don't need that anymore.
Yeah, when all you're gonna see is ping, Gauss is all you need.
Yeah.
I'll use the chip.
I mean, there might be B1000 on the board, but it's gonna bottom out Friday again, so
Hmm.
just
No action.
And the question is, how many agendas are in this 5-card hand?
a black.
Vladimir. So that's a whiff. Good to know where that is, though. Hannah being
Hannah
used to
getting
remove the
popped.
tag.
You click 1.
Nice.
Sorry, I run already.
Action.
Safe.
Nothing off the top of R&D. Go in archives. We're seeing a
Okay.
deep dive here. This is
Kinda
what
the
that
game
extra
right
click
here.
was used for. This is probably game, I would guess.
Okay.
There's probably 2 agendas in that top 8. Is there? Okay, Spin Doctor
Okay.
trying to dilute it a little bit. But I don't even know if there are 8 cards left in R&D.
So we see Magistrate and Regolith getting shuffled back.
No, the deep dive. Deep dive is still a very good finisher. Once you get to 4 points, that is the threat. Laura has the 2 extra click to access the extra card.
You have to cut first, no matter what. And I just gotta think for a sec. So hold off.
Laura's gonna pick her own destiny
Doing
right here.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Not that it's exactly, you know.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 cards in the deck. It is a possibility that this whiffs on 2 agendas. There are 5 more than 5 cards in the corpse hand right now.
I believe the die on the LAD is how many cards are in the corpse hand. So Laura can track, what she needs to trigger for the last drop.
We're gonna do the same thing again.
Well, it's a lot more than that right now because 2 Spin Doctors just got rezzed. So continuing to try to de-densify R&D of agendas here.
Cut and then flip it.
Pretty small.
Or you can do the
Okay, here we go.
together and then do the flop.
As all 3
Yep.
Spin Doctors used, and this is the deep dive. 2 credits left. Let's pull it out. Not an agenda. Not an agenda. Agenda.
There's one.
Agenda. Not an agenda. Not an agenda. Not an agenda. Oh, only
Oh.
1! Oh my goodness.
That's the one. And she's going
And
to get
steal
a
it.
tag.
Takes the tag.
Cards left here?
3.
3 cards left.
I mean, she has the click. I guess you're not too worried if you're just on 1 tag.
Yeah,
So
but
she
that
might not have
also...
to necessarily clear this, yeah.
Send the other card. Unicum draw.
Oh, that was wild.
There you go, 2.
Last play.
So what do you do with this last click? Like, clear tag? Do you run HQ and try to find the last one in there? Do you check the board and think maybe something's hiding somewhere?
I mean, Friday's at 1 credit, so I don't think you're too worried about losing the game. So I think you can, and I see bigger picture, I think in archives, so I think you
Yeah.
can maybe float this 1 tag and
Sorry, you were.
set up for next turn.
Mm-hmm.
I'll clear the tag.
Okay. Back to me.
Clear the tag.
Oh, she's gonna clear the
Both
tag.
on
okay.
0.
Federal. Looking for top 3.
Alright, so we are... I can't imagine that Friday is going to be pushing draw a lot here.
Yep, you're right.
We'll see 6 Epiphany counters and about that many cards left in the deck. Install. Do they need credits? There is probably a business as usual coming through here, so you could theoretically score a 3-2 from the table. if you're on 2 credits. Business as usual giving you that 1 extra.
3, I think. 3.
3. Okay, good to know.
But
All right.
hard to say. Looks like they stayed at 1 credit
For 2 strike fund.
and had to discard a bunch of cards from their hand.
Click 3, I'll check the new card.
The agendas are somewhere.
Friend in mine.
Yeah, Laura's just checking the remotes. Looks like a magistrate, but
The question is, do you want to use that?
yeah, the court being at 1 credit is really rough.
And then I'll take a credit. Over to you.
I took 2. And
Strike Fund helps out the
Yes, sorry.
runner.
Okay, all done.
Not sure where those 2 credits just came from.
open a draw. And then mandatory.
There's a question in chat about Moonpool. The Moonpool was used earlier. And
Yeah,
I
Moonpool
think
was used
these decks only
earlier.
have the 1 Moonpool.
It's 3 influence. That is significant.
And neither of us can care about you because you don't matter.
Second Moonpool would be wild. But again, credits are tough for the corp here. Oh, Regolith
Oh, the
sneaks
Regolith.
through.
This one's not known. That one's not known.
That's a new card. That's the narrow water.
Now we have a game on our hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like 1 or run H2. H2 for a credit.
Looks like we're running HQ. Yep.
Okay, the agendas are somewhere.
Another
Another Regolith.
Regolith. I don't
Keeping
think you
it.
care about that.
2,
Yeah.
I'll check the new card.
Checking the
Gonna
table.
check the board.
That's a city grid.
Ooh. Yeah, this has to go, right?
This is
Do you have a business? If Friday has a business usual. Well, I guess you don't have any more 2-3s.
Yeah, but you could do it with a Stoke. Only 2 of those have been scored. So
Actually, we do have more
that's-
2-3s. We saw the embedded reporting earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know there's an embedded. We know there's a freedom. We know there's at least 1 more Stoke the Embers somewhere. And that's probably about it. But there are 4 agendas still, so it's probably 2 freedom, 1 embedded, and 1 Stoke the Embers would be my guess. Those are the 4 agendas left in play.
Click 3,
There are a bunch of cards in archives. Are any of those agendas?
DSA.
Going to check, and nothing. Laura on 1 credit here. I haven't seen a B1001 all game, which is a little surprising, honestly. We haven't seen it trashed or randomly checked. What do you do with this last pick? Going into HQ again, I think.
Sorry, my internet got disconnected there for.
Yeah, we're going into HQ. Finds the 3-2 for game. Oh my goodness. The top 2 of R&D were also agendas.
Yeah. So.
But, well played, Laura. Well played, Friday. Great game for both sides. That was tough. Ooh, but Lat pulling it out. The turn 1
Really well
off,
played.
keeping them in the game, wearing down the corp, wearing down their resources. One of the ways that Epiphany loses is they run out of money, and that's kind of what we saw here. They had went down to 0 to score out to get to 6, but without that money, very hard for them to pose any more threats. And Laura was able to take advantage of it. Although her deep dive whiffed, she was able to find the winning agenda in the hand. It may have even been a 1 in 6. Well played to both players.
Yeah, really tight game. Really well played by both players, for sure.
B1000.
Looks like we have some people in the chat that are very happy that Epiphany dropped this game.
Not magistrate. Power. The 3 cards face down.
Okay, so this game went to time. We are going to probably jump right into the next one. So I think
Well, sure, but like you need to do that to land.
we'll be back in maybe a minute or 2.
I'm not sure. I considered rezzing the B1000 on the turn where you had the Hannah. it's just an operation that I don't
It is an
really care
operation.
about. It does a thing that
I'm gonna say.
doesn't really interact.
All right, fucking players are trying to round.
No.
Let me get you to protect yourself.
Zero cost. Look at the top 5 cards. Trash one of those cards. Does that trigger a Yuko? No?
No, trash from HQ, I think, is where it is.
Trash from This is from Saturday. Trash one of those cards, add one of them to HQ, arrange the rest of them. So trash, add one to HQ, and arrange.
Shugation of like infinitely better.
Unbutler, 2 Cynic, 1 a T, 2 Diviner, 3 So that's 5, 2 nuggets, 3 nuggets, so it's 3 in. Alrighty.
Hey, Joe.
How's it looking? Looking good? I'll throw it away. When you're ready.
Good luck, have fun.
You too. Yeah, I get to read it right now.
This one.
Forest draw.
Mandatory?
Joe, Diviner hits on odds or evens?
It says on, but as every
I don't remember.
I know, right? Sometimes it's the play is.
I played this when Ayuko first came out.
Play the card when play the card people have.
If you trash a card this way with a printed player install cost that is an odd number, end the run. Okay. Can I run the remote clip?
I'm just going to take 5.
Access?
Yeah.
4 in hand.
Click 2 is draw. Click 3 is draw. Click 4 is DC. Go ahead. Left draw.
Yep. Mandatory. Flipping the straw. Click 2 is draw. Click 3 install. Click 4 install.
Click 4.
No, not click 4.
Okay, how many cards? I'm gonna run Archives. So that means it ends the run. Click 4 will take a credit. I'll left draw 4.
Yep. Or sorry, no, 5.
Oh, is that 5? Sorry, okay, then instead of taking a credit, I might draw.
I'll take a credit and do a damage. This one. Spend 2 counters.
I've been missing all of our excellent commentary.
Yeah, I know. The world needs to hear us.
All right, chat, are we online now? We've been talking away, just assuming that you could hear us. Anyway, welcome back. We are mid-round 3 of the cut in Vancouver Megacity 2026. Sokka on Lat and Alan on Oko. I am Chris Zinchling.
And hi everyone, I'm Diego Ultrafilter, here for this round.
I'm sorry that you've been missing our commentary. It has been sparkling up until this point. Hopefully we will continue this quality as we go. We have seen Sokka take some pretty rough hits here, but it doesn't look like Oko has been too strongly taking advantage of it. Tempo is slightly swinging their way, but we'll see what happens. We have a nice triple install. I don't even know. Corp doesn't even know what cards in what server. They're just there. They're on the board. We'll find out together.
This is now the runner's problem.
Yes.
Here, this is a good point for Oko to be one counter on the egg, a Bladderworth that will surely be ticking down next turn, and so far very few answers from Sokka, though this retry share might actually get us somewhere. We saw he found a Bravado. Interesting
Currently
here.
struggling on MU, but there is a DZMZ and what looks like maybe a console in hand there. Lily pad.
Yeah, I believe so. But LilyPad is 4 credits, and we currently don't have that kind of cash.
Yeah, that's very expensive, and especially with these 3 assets here. Do you just let them? Do you challenge any of them? Do you let them go? You know, on 4 credits, it's not a lot.
Yeah.
2 and 2
I
from Azamat.
Yeah, I think this turn it probably works better to get some money, let Alan sort of show his hand a little bit more, because there are assets we want to contest, and there are assets that can probably stay and play for a bit. Like, we would really like to find the cohort, but I think spending 3 clicks here in a situation where our money just can't challenge this board is not necessarily how we win.
I don't know. It's Sokka having a deep think here.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out
Okay.
played something and then played that. Looks like maybe he was on 5 credits. Maybe those were 3s instead of 1s. It's hard to
It
tell.
might have been a rigging
Those
up.
credits. Yes, that could be. Um, putting out the fermenter. A nice QTM fermenter here. One of my favorite alt arts from Alexis Spicer, the lady who was mean to me. Just a setup turn for Sokka, it seems. So let's see what we have. We have a moon pool being rezzed, mostly to trigger the bladderwort, probably.
Yep.
Back down to under 4. And
There
hits
goes decent.
the DZ. But you've got the console out, so you don't really need it as much right now. Other
The
2
egg
cards
machine
being
is
kept unrezzed so far.
the egg machine is now whirling. Petty cash comes down, trying to get ourselves back to some money. It's probably just gonna be more assets. Unless we have a score. No, we're just gonna protect one of our assets. Interesting if we just leave this moon pool here. Though again, I guess Azimat is 2 credits. This moon pool is just 1 to trash.
Yeah, it'll get trashed at some point, but it's also lower priority because it can just be used as needed. So do you waste the click going after it when you're still setting up so hard?
Yeah.
Hard to say. But more assets, or more servers at least, continue to hit the table. Can't claim their assets. More servers come out. Sokka sticks another thing on a read-write share. And we need to figure out what the next step is.
Find a creative commission.
That would be great. You do have that nice fermenter ticking away, though, so that helps.
Yeah, in a couple turns it'll finally pay off, and we'll be able to really start trashing assets. Interesting, we have not seen Fat so far.
That is a hostile infrastructure being rezzed for all 5 credits here.
Yeah.
Which puts a damper on trashing things, but does mean that it's going all your ice is now wide open. We did see the bravado in Sokka's hands, so this might be a key opportunity to take advantage of it.
Yeah. It is always a good play to sort of try to protect your assets by requiring the runner to spend their cards, but generally in outcode, this is the price you pay. You go down very low. You're really hoping that that Bladderwort stays alive till next turn, so you can quickly recover and be able to present your eyes as threats again.
Sokka with only 2 cards in hand, maybe not willing to take the 2-card hit from trashing something.
Yeah.
But pretty significant tempo hit, so thinking about what to do next. I don't know.
This is
This
what
whole
Apple
credit,
does.
this low credit nonsense is why I don't like playing Oko. I like decks that give me a lot of money. Playing at low credits is a skill. Honestly, it is a difficult skill to master.
Yeah, and it can come back to bite you, definitely, particularly against criminals who then just decide, okay, time to go into HQ, transfer, well, not transfer, but, see all your cards. But here, Sokka just doesn't seem to have the liquidity to punish.
Mm-hmm. I think just backing off, drawing some cards, putting down DZ, just continuing to kind of get set up and saying, all right, Oko, you can do your thing.
On the flip side, Alan has not scored any agendas, so it's not like the game is going to end right now. He still has at least a couple turns, assuming that there is not a Regenesis play cooking up right now. But even if there is, we currently don't have the money going into R&D for just a single access. Letting it stay. Bladderworth for a credit and a ping.
Hitting Daily Cats. One of the fun little alt arts. Yeah, I mean, I would strongly be tempted to set up a Regenesis play here. Maybe I need a few more credits, but it feels like Sokka hasn't been checking as many face downs.
Yeah.
So maybe you are just getting set and ready to go with this.
And now on 3 credits. This is interesting because if we res basically anything, that petty cash becomes unplayable. Like what we want to do next turn is just play that petty cash for free, go up to 5, and sort of get out of these money jail we've put ourselves into. Interestingly, the fermenter keeps ticking away. I think he'll probably let it go for another turn. Taking a credit, getting a ladder, I believe.
Played some sort of card, I can't tell what, unfortunately. The glare is a little strong on that discard pile.
Yeah.
But Oko continuing to do Oko things. Hitting a second fermenter out of hand, Oko drawing.
Which means we're not doing a Regenesis play this turn.
Yeah. Genesis, of course, requiring no cards to have entered archives during the turn. Having a good think about this. A mandatory drawing. That, yep, that petty cash is in fact being played, taking them up to 6.
So now we can resize, we can do other things, and again, we're always just one asset away from triggering the Bladderworth. And now we're probably going to start doing the whole increasing complexity, forcing Sokka to look at a lot of our stuff.
Another iced remote, and then a Hansei review, getting some credits, building up Oko counters. That does turn off the pinging damage to an extent from Bladderwort, but I think you're okay with that, generally speaking. A Fut is rezzed, gets a counter. Saying, I have threats, you need to start dealing with them.
So here for Sokka, finally 4 counters on that fermenter, so we will soon be rich.
Yeah. Giving Corp a moment to pop him a virus should they want to. Before taking actions. I don't know. Are Oko decks even running Mavirus these days? I don't know if there's card space for it in the deck.
I've had trouble finding the card slots for it. Like, it's certainly good, especially with the prevalence of Loup.
Mm.
But you need all the assets to make these horrible board states. And there are a lot of cases where Mavirus is just a black card. So I would be surprised if we have Mavirus in this deck.
Mm-hmm.
And even if we do, it's a one-off. So the chances that this hoses the fermenter are pretty low. Now the question, I think, is, does Sokka let this tick up another turn?
Mm-hmm. Or is he content with 8?
How many face downs are
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if there's nothing that you need the money for, you just let it tick up. You know, if the corp wants to take an entire turn to purge the virus counters on that, you know, I'll take a free time walk any day of the week. You
Yeah.
know, if you're not relying on those credits to trash things or install things, but looks like Sokka is in fact cashing in here for 8. Maybe.
Now,
Thinking about it. It's good on MU, so it's not required.
and for as much as the Alco board's starting to look terrifying, really all we've seen that we're worried about is a fat, and
Yeah, you're
could
not worried
take
about
down.
not so much worried about the bladderwort pings. But it looks like we are cashing in for 8 credits here. Decision. Nope, he takes it back again. Decides to instead. Maybe. I'm very curious as to what's running through his head right now. I know there's like a million. I'm picturing this gigantic, like, circuitry, everything firing off, thoughts going in 7 different directions at once.
Yeah, this complex decision tree that goes like 2-3 turns in the future, and it's trying to find the best line.
Yeah. We have Echelon being installed. Always nice to see the Sentry Breaker down on the table. Might have wanted a revolver, but you take what the cards give you.
Yeah. Though against Alco, against the Anemone, what Alco really wants is the rest trigger and the 2 egg counters.
Pop this for free.
Finally, I guess this time, third time's the charm, we're actually taking our 8 credits.
Then probably immediately simul-chipping back the Unity,
So I gain 8 off the
Yeah.
filter, and that cost me 2, so I gain
since we have that trash card.
6.
How much money?
It seems like we want to run archives.
Yeah, maybe sniffing out that Regenesis play.
How many do you have in hand?
Saying, yeah, you have it. Okay, so if I count the way Sokka does his money correct, he is on 12 credits currently.
I'm going to trust you on that. It's a bit hard to see.
I think he does a 3 credit and then 2 single credits when he lines them up like that.
Okay.
I wish that he would use different size tokens for the bigger ones, but those are antique credits. Those are classic FFG credit tokens. So we all get emotionally attached to the credit tokens that we use. I have my coup tokens. As anyone who's watched my games, I have my coup tokens that I've used since the beginning of the game, and there are nicer ones out there, but these are mine.
I have, when I started playing 2 years ago, I got this D&D Waterdeep
Oh yeah.
coins. Yeah, and I still use them, I know I could get like the cool neon static poker chips or something like that, but yeah, same thing. This ones are mine.
Yeah, the poker chip trend, I watched that take off, and I understand it. Like, I think it's honestly it was, I think, driven by people who are constantly needing to do something with their hands, and so shuffling poker chips is one of those things. Between shuffling poker chips and constantly shuffling the cards in their hand, you know who you are.
Chris
But
putting like half of the Netrunner community on blast here.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it's a thing, and we know.
It is.
Um,
It is.
But yeah, and board state is kind of nice for that, as chat points out. I think some of them are a little too big, but that's just my preference.
Yeah, I think the size part is a big one for me. Like when I actually see them in person, I'm like, wow, these are big. Okay, we're finally passing the turn. Spin Doctor to draw 2 cards. Let's see if Aoko can score something or, continue making this board even harder to manage for Sokka. We've let go of a lot of money there. There was a short gamble on the Bravado. I think the second fermenter also got taken away.
Spin Doctor shuffling back in some face downs. Probably not agendas, because I feel like you would have moonpooled that, but maybe there is nothing on the board to moonpool back or to place advancements on.
We only have this one face down. For as much as this board is quite large, most of the information is now out in the open.
Okay, so that was a run on archives that we saw.
Okay.
And that's why the Spin Doctor gets popped. Let Them Dream is scored. Doing 2 damage from FUT.
Yeah.
Getting some more counters. I think you're fine with letting the runner take a point here. That may have been a Regenesis effort here. Losing the propeller and another pinhole. Losing the pinhole is hard. You wanted that for the FUT.
Yeah, we're close to getting our full rig. So you can probably get in eventually. And basically everything here is iced up nowadays.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, since that was last click, that probably isn't an agenda with that last face down. I think you would have moonpulled some of those cards back instead of spinning them back. But
for sure.
Sokka is a slow player. He is not in charge. He does not slow play. There is a difference. Honestly, one of the things I've been looking at when it comes to Oko and kind of trying out, Oko likes to do a lot of these remotes, a lot of ice. Why not just play Flood the Market? I don't think we're going to see that here, but we're at 5 iced remotes. Like, you could install and score a Fuji in 1 turn. It's a thing, it's 3 influence, and maybe you want that on your hostile infrastructures instead. But I feel like Flood the Market has a place in some of these Oko decks, and I'm really kind of curious about it.
I've seen it in JNet once, and it did beat me. So that is all I can say about it. I think what you're worried about as Oko is matchups that don't go quite as well as this, where the runner does manage to find interaction, and you end up flooded. Though probably if we go float the market, we're probably gonna pull back on some of these 1-pointers, like the hybrid release and the regenesis, because I think if you're doing flood the market, I don't know if you do regenesis at the same time. Maybe you do. Okay, we have a full rig.
Yeah, we've got that Rising Tide on there, which is being powered by the propellers.
And we're letting go of the Azimuth for it.
Yeah.
I don't
know. Maybe.
Yeah,
I think he needs to. I think he's got the MU for this. He's at 7. spending 7. And now we're gonna start challenging these remotes. And we see an enemy. Gonna take some cards out of the hand there.
Get some
Yeah.
egg counters. There are a lot of cards in the hand.
Yeah. Looks like a couple stone ship got trashed, maybe.
Yeah.
And one to break. And it is a Reaper function, which surely you trashed. Well, do you trash this and take the 2 damage from the hostile? Maybe if you're going after other things. Or do you just say,
feel like
okay, I know you have the ability to do damage to me?
I feel like if you trash it, you're basically committing to going for the hostile this turn as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, this damage eventually is gonna build up.
Mm-hmm.
And that's okay. We are trashing it.
Get trashed. I'm gonna take 2 more. Ooh, we see the revolver and maybe what looked like a pinhole. And Lat just continuing to draw. Just gotta keep that hand size back up.
Now the question is, do we have a res here? We have seen no cohorts. Interestingly, this entire match.
This is one of the staple Oko cards, and we've not drawn into one yet, or at least not installed one. We've also seen very few agendas. Some of them were probably trashed, but install, advance, and
Hybrid, I assume?
Hybrid. Do
Yeah.
some more damage. Get an installed, get a face down card back if they want. This is just grinder PE, except Oko.
Yeah. And this is the problem when the assets just get to stay in play, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to deal with this FUD, you have to deal with the hostile, and there's probably some anemones around. Sokka definitely needs to find cards to be able to pay for all of these taxes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, taxing money and cards in hand is a challenge, and it's also entirely possible that there's a measured response in here, so you have to be careful about keeping your money and your cards up to potentially deal with that. Not that we're on 4 points yet, both sides on 1 point. But that's 1 Fuji away from getting to threat 4 and turning on potential measured responses.
Yeah, and based on what we've seen, I wouldn't be surprised if this deck is in 2 measure responses.
Mm-hmm.
We've not seen any more influence.
Yeah. Aside from the hostile infrastructure, hostiles 3, measureds are 4s.
Yes.
So that's 11. 3 spin doctors and maybe 1.
Well, we saw they let them dream.
Nipping out Regenesis. Doing a couple more damage for that, but that was a sneaky play here.
Yeah.
Losing another propeller only makes the rising tide stronger.
That's true. I wonder how useful it is in this matchup. There might be a bottle running around.
Yeah. That would be kind of expensive, but it's the type of thing that turns on that. All right, so we are triple moonpole res. All right.
I guess this is why we have not installed any more assets, because we've seen all the moonpools.
That is a lot of threat on the board there. All that to get the Bladderwort ping, hitting money seems pretty good. Oko doing Oko things.
So depending on how flooded we are, anything is scoreable right now.
Yeah.
So of course, all of those points go back into R&D, and we're playing against Lad, who surely wants to deep dive us eventually.
Yeah. Install, advance, reveal 4 agendas and score a Fuji. Like, probably not the worst. But
I mean, it gets us to threat.
It gets you to threat. And those moon pools are burning a hole in the corpse pocket, I'm sure.
Yeah. We're just gonna install 2 assets. I saw one of the. I think the unprotected asset is
Credit.
a cohort
Mhm.
and a credit.
And it's interesting, you know, I guess you do have to kind of keep dragging the runner through it, but it is only a 1 credit tax at this point for the anemone. But a click and a credit isn't much, but it can add up.
Yeah.
You know, if they have to check it turn after turn.
And you know, if they go there, you know, we're still presenting the hostile. So if it's an asset that Sokka wants to trash, it still has to pay us 2 cards. Still, like, you know, we were talking earlier, you know, we're past that period of Sokka having no money. He has a full rig. This read-write share has probably a collection of cards that Sokka wants to see at the end game. I think the clock is ticking for Alan, though. Again, measure response is always a nice fork. Burner.
And we see Burner come through. Are you keeping agendas in your hand? Let's get rid of them. Can you res this on 3 credits even? Or is this just a free run? Looks like it's just a free run. Maybe that's a Bodo protecting HQ and just not enough credits to res it. So we're gonna see 3 cards. What 3? 2 and 3 agendas! Alright, that's where they're all hiding. Do they go to the top or do they go to the bottom? That's the question. And then you can always use Moonpool to reshuffle. So this isn't a huge deal, but it might force the spending of one of these Moonpools depending on where these all go. But I think you definitely make sure they can't score a 2-1 next turn. And then Blood in the Water, Sokka seems to be keeping his hand up to a decent size, so that's not hugely exciting to score. That's that middle alt art there, a very pretty alt art by artist Calypso. And then the Fuji. Fuji is Fuji, you know, you want those 3 points. You don't want the 4 damage, 2 from that and 2 from Fut. So those 2 are going to go on the bottom of the deck, and Fuji back into hand. I have been ready to score the Fuji with a double Moonpool this next turn. It could have happened. Sokka continuing to draw up. Downside of Burner is it does make it hard to get lat draw because all of a sudden the corp is on 3 cards in hand instead of 5. And it looks like Sokka is practicing good hand hygiene, trying to keep his hand decently big, but maybe he can get that. Maybe he can get lat draw. Being able to consistently pull that is pretty solid. The mark of a good lat player is how many times did you trigger your ID?
Yeah. Interesting. We're not gonna contest the new assets, at least so far.
But we've only seen 1 Spin Doctor used. Might be another one on the table, but we'll see. And installing a simul chip. I don't really know what you necessarily want, getting that lat draw. Second Bladder Wart, that's going to be annoying. And there's finally the cohort.
This Calypso set is just so beautiful. I also play my Oko games with this set of cards, and it's just great. 2 pings.
More draw getting tossed into the bin. I feel like those stone chips are something that you really do want in this deck, but it's just not enough time, I guess, to install them. But we are grinding the runner down here. Corp also deck starting to look a little on the thin side. So
Yeah,
we'll see maybe if something needs to get scored at some point here.
and honestly, that might be Sokka's strategy at this point, is just to wait until the fact that Aoko is an 11 agenda deck, typically, comes back to bite him. This
Okay,
is the
so we are
we're
seeing
flooded.
some moon pools. Gonna reveal a pair of Regenesis from the bin.
Oh wow.
Put them back in the deck. A nice two free advancements on that just installed card.
So
Sokka
question is,
taking
do
the
we
time to
do it
shuffle.
again?
Are we scoring a 4-2 here? Or are we trying to get out of Fuji? Notably, he did not reveal the Fuji from hand that we know was in there. So that could be this. We are seeing the second moon pool. Discarding some cards. I think we are seeing a double moon pool Fuji score here.
I believe so as well.
Showing, oh, interesting. Only.
But I think that was
one
click
agenda.
one. But I think click
One
one
was
was just
install.
installed.
Yeah.
So we can still do this score of Fuji.
Yeah. Putting Fut back in along with the Fuji from hand. 2 clicks remain. Advance once. I feel like making Sokka shuffle this twice is annoying. If you're just gonna do the moon pool, just do both of them.
Oh, this is a dead too fat.
Oh, was that enough?
Yeah,
What
he had 2
damage
cards in
left?
hand.
Oh, wow! Kill coming out of nowhere here, but building up counters. It was not contested. That is gonna do it, folks. Alan is going to continue on. Sokka has been eliminated from the Vancouver Megacity with a fast advance 5-3 using double moonpull and Fuck with 2 counters doing 5 damage all told to flatline the runner. Well played. Well played on both sides here.
There was a turn. The turn that you rezzed the thing.
This is you know, sometimes Aoko comes to you from left side, and here just the triple moon pulls came to do work.
Yeah, maybe Sokka had to run that Fut last turn and just it was being too much of a threat. But that hostile infrastructure being on the table from like turn 3 or so, that puts such a big damper. If you're not gonna go and trash that immediately, the knock-on effects just last throughout the entire match. It did work.
Yeah, because I think Sokka took probably like what 6, maybe like on the low end 6 damage just from Fat, and probably 4 from the hostile.
Yeah. Yeah, losing the stone chips to that too. Like stone chip is the thing you need against this kind of deck. So that as they're doing damage, you have a chance to pop it and draw some cards and survive.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's tough. Oko egg is tough. It is a hard-boiled identity.
It is the stupid egg.
Yeah. So, all right, we are going to go to lunch break after this. Everybody needs a little bit of food, and then we will be back with whatever is left in the tournament. Probably looking at losers finals, or I guess semifinals. I don't know how it works. Last of the pure losers brackets before we start moving up It looks like, let's check the results really quick, see if anything else has come in. Yeah, so we had in round 3, Laura continued on. So Laura will be sitting in the winner's seat as we move on. Cybershark losing, dropping down. Ed taking it with his blue deck over Whiteblade, eliminating Epiphany. It's very sad to see another Epiphany go. So next round is going to be Ed on the last Epiphany in the top bracket versus Alan, who we just saw win this, and their Lou. Looks like it might be favoring Lou, and that's getting credits to trash cards against a deck that wants to install cards that can be trashed. But we'll have to see that after lunch.
You take 4 from the Fuji's, 2 from this. get a quick reminder on Starlight.
And we are back. Welcome back to the Vancouver Megacity Top Cut. We are in round 4 here of the Top Cut. We have Friday on the left playing Epiphany. We have Alan on the right playing Loup. We have seen both of these players, but playing both of their opposite decks so far.
Before we resume, can chat hear us? I just want to check after the last round.
F's in chat if you can hear
Okay.
us.
I think we got some confirmation that, yeah, we're live.
All right. Great. I am Zinchling. I am happy to be commentating here today. Back
This
again.
This is I Heard Nerves back for this round on comms. So yeah, I mean, I guess if you're Friday, this is the last ID you want to see across the table, right? I have to imagine.
Yeah, let's play the ID that says I'm going to put out a bunch of trashable cards on the table into the ID that says, hey, I get paid when I trash cards.
Yep.
So
And I think, yeah. But I think you pointed out that last round, Friday played his Loup deck into White Blade's Epiphany. So he's very familiar with both sides of this matchup and how. So maybe that gives him an edge. We'll see. I mean,
yeah, knowledge of the matchup is definitely worth it. We'll see how comfortable Alan is in this matchup. I mean, I imagine that part of the reason you choose Loup is to deal with decks like this and maybe decks like the PD that's trying to put out all the assets behind remotes. Anything that helps keep you on tempo when doing this is going to be important.
yeah, for sure.
And Alan Loup gets a credit for trashing a card, crediting a card in return, but you still have to have the money in the first place. And a lot of Loup decks can play pretty low to the ground money-wise. So we'll see if he's able to get off to a good enough start to afford to keep trashing things.
I'm also interested to see what the breaker package is for Loup here. If Alan's on the new stealth hotness or maybe more on Audrey. So that he can break, ice for free and keep credits around to trash assets.
We have a 1, 2, 3 install from Epiphany. That's about what you want to see. Maybe a wage workers among one of those to get an extra click back would have been nice, but this seems like a pretty good start.
Click 2 on gamble.
For gamble.
Click 3 on install paladin.
Paladin, good.
Paladin.
Getting set up. Fermenter, excellent. Fermenter is so crucial in this Epiphany matchup. You want to keep that on the board as long as possible. Try to avoid cashing it in unless you absolutely have to, because that Fermenter is going to keep you alive through Magistrate, through any sort of crypto crash. The threat of cashing in on a bunch of money is always looms large in Corp's mind.
Oh, and there's the Regulus, just clicking it 3 times. So both players off to a really good money start.
Yeah, getting a Regolith out that early, being able to take everything, pick 9 credits off it, that sets you up so well moving forward. But
Yep, and now I'm recognizing that, Regulus has to go. Yeah. We'll see what else he does with the rest of his turn.
It is tempting to trash other cards, and yep, there's the other one. This way you're not giving Epiphany more counters, and you are trying to deal with their board, trying to keep it down. I would not be surprised if he gets punished with a small oppo here, but we'll see what happens.
Gachapon coming down. Okay, we'll see an Epiphany use here. Okay, it looks like 2 agendas and something on top. I think the agenda got installed.
One of them, yeah. This is I'm just gonna casually play it off and put out a few more remotes.
I hope Friday has a good poker face. Ooh, this is a Hermes Lou.
Yeah.
Nice.
End of turn, popping this Gachapon.
Little homies.
Put out Twinning or Echelon, it looks like, are your options here. Or the Gourmand, technically. And yeah, Gourmand it is. You need to deal with this board. You don't have money. But what are you getting rid of here? So there's a lot of tasty, tasty cards that two of them
Yeah.
are gonna get removed. Like you want
Tough
that
call.
Anna. Yeah, probably
Okay.
Echelon that seems reasonable. I needed
a
the
Hermes.
least and a Hermes. Okay. You're not really bouncing a whole lot of ice with this, but bouncing remotes back to hand does seem like it'd be relatively valuable.
Maybe Alan already has a copy in hand. Who knows? I mean Hermes, but you know Hermes, it's the greatest console in the game, right?
Yeah.
No. I may be a little biased, but yeah.
It's definitely up there. I think you would be hard pressed to say it's not in the top 3. All that being done, of course, on the corpse turn. So we set up some more. Only sitting on 3 credits, 3 actual credits. So might want to money up some more before you start challenging these remotes, even with the Gourmand. Just so that you can feel comfortable trashing a low trash cost thing and save the Gourmand for something big.
Mm-hmm.
Or potentially save the Gourmand until you can go into
Alan-
HQ and trash an Oppo.
Considering his options.
Okay. Finds a cohort, trashes it. Using
Or-
regular and using those paladin bucks to get a daily cast out. Offshore money, again, very good against this ID.
Discard a game dragon. Mandatory.
Epiphany triggering. Let's keep putting out remotes. None of them rezzed at this point, which is interesting. I mean, they're not helpful immediately, or maybe they're just making sure the runner has no idea where to go.
It's gonna go that. We're gonna bounce, and we're going to play a.
We are seeing Oppo.
Mhm.
Okay, so we install, advance the card, and Oppo'd for 2 tags. So that looks like Vladimir's City Grid, if I had to guess.
And is that protected by checklist maybe?
Could be. I could see a checklist
That's the
being on
call.
top of there. It's a fun way of protecting, but we're about to find out. As Lou looks like they are making a run. Accessing up is a checklist
Oh.
with the advancement on it. Going to 4 tags. We are in danger zone. And then, of course, seeing the
there's the
Vlad grid,
Vlad.
which that's a good use for the Gourmand. Save some credits there. But you are 4 tags in, and that is a dangerous place to be against Epiphany.
Right, so we have freedom of information for tag, punishment, and as well as
Probably
I'm
bigger
looking at the
picture.
card names here. Yes, bigger picture and the
picture
card that
to-
lets you advance 4 times, right?
Shipment from Vladimirsk.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, any of those could be scored. That daily cast is probably also not long for the world. I'd probably spend 2 to remove 6 money from my opponent. That Fermenter being on 4 is the only thing that's really, I think, keeping Alan in the game at this point, but he's got some decisions to make.
I mean, so Alan can only clear 2 tags here, so all
Uh-huh.
those tag punishment cards will be live, because Alan will probably end the turn on 2 tags.
Yeah. Yeah, this is... You know, you could hope that the Corp doesn't have any of this punishment, but
Quick 2.
that's gonna be tough.
3.
Yeah, looks like he just got to make a
Clear 2
dent in it somehow.
tags.
Right.
Stall another Gormand from hand.
Yeah, and the Pinot hitting the bin. Yeah, probably won't be needing that. Okay, so we'll see what Friday can do with the tags here. Just thinking about it, so maybe he doesn't have the tag punishment quite in hand.
Maybe there's a crypto crash in hand, and you don't really want to score that right now when your opponent has no money. Feels bad. There is a shipment, so we are going to see Stoke the Ember being scored.
And he's gonna place a
Seems good. Doesn't look like the advancement can go anywhere. Alright, well, nope. Goes on that card.
I mean, it can be placed on any card, right? Not just advanceable cards. So
I think so.
yeah.
Quick 1 on game 10.
Yeah, just
Oh, yeah,
placed
so-
on an installed card. Seems good.
Yeah, but Friday able to take advantage of the tags there.
Mhm.
Get 2 points on the board.
Yeah. So finally the fermenter is popped. Gamble, remove the tags. No more of that punishment. And Friday having to draw the card does mean that the resources on the runner side did stay in place during all of that. So
Cards in hand.
kind of got away with a little bit there at the cost of an agenda.
Quick 1.
But
Install Audrey with power.
Loup in the money right now, and we see an Audrey come down.
Free Audrey from Paladin feels really good.
Run the advance
Yeah.
card.
Not that
And
it's really
Audrey's-
going to be used to break things right now, but
Right, and
Credit.
yeah, and Audrey will be won't have to worry about not having counters against
Mhm.
Epiphany. So
yeah.
I mean, this is really nice because Alan can keep his credits around to trash things instead of breaking ice. You know, when they
Mhm.
do show up eventually.
Yeah, it still might have a trouble with a virtual service assistant if they show up, taking in a tag every time.
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, go through, start trashing everything, and we see Fencer show up. That's gonna
Yeah,
also
that's big.
definitely help.
name asset.
Balanced coverage revealing something. We couldn't catch it, but presumably an asset.
Getting some credits from it.
One's good.
For Epiphany to find something, find an answer.
Yeah, Alan's board is looking pretty solid right now. He did have to give up the one agenda, but he managed to bounce back very nicely from being 4 tags in. Although here's 2 more.
Center Oppo.
Cards in hand.
Small Oppo goes in for 2 tags, but you're dripping some credits. You have enough at this point, and that's 2 Oppos down in the bin. So much less to worry about. The chance of Corp having the 3rd Oppo is small.
Quick 1 on this server.
Access.
I'm
Not
gonna
even
check
gonna-
the face down. Okay, Magistrate.
Gain a credit.
Yeah, that's a trash.
An Audrey counter.
Now, do you clear the tags here? I feel like you have tempo to do so, but
My brain forgot that.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Friday might still be on freedom of information and bigger picture, things like that. So
mhm.
you're not worried about the shipment anymore, but
Quick
yeah.
2 withdraw.
Yeah, no reason to float the tags and
Yeah.
risk. Yeah.
Resident Cohort.
Okay, cohort's good.
Fetching one card.
Yeah, cohort helping you get some credits and speeding up this deck.
Actually, no, we're gonna say operation because
Toss a card you don't need, get a card you do.
Card deals in game two.
Going and getting some more credits from balanced coverage.
One is draw.
So Friday has good credit totals, but
Two is draw.
board state's a little lacking,
Three is
Hmm.
install. Back to you.
which is sort of the
That make-
opposite situation we saw a couple rounds ago, and there was a lot on the board, but very few credits.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting seeing what Friday's plan here is to come back. Is it just install a bunch of things? Okay, so we're seeing a run on the server. Just a ping, take a tag. And again, one of the nice things about Audrey is being able to, at will, discard those steel skins and strike funds and gain credits and cards as needed during a run. Yes, but also you can do it outside of runs as well. And of course, you're trashing whatever's behind it, so you're getting the counters back. Like I said, VSA is going to be the main annoyance against that, but
Right.
if runner can find a buzzsaw, then that's not an issue, or even a crew or something, some sort of ice destruction. But we don't see any of those on the table yet, so this is all hypotheticals. Do still have to deal with that one tag. As a B1000 at 1. It goes away with Gourmand. I feel like that's a low value Gourmand, but I guess you do want to trash that, and you are kind of low on some credits here.
The loot trigger happens.
Okay, a second fermenter is also pretty huge.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry, I forgot.
Are they gonna float this tag, or no? They gotta get rid of it.
Yeah. There's no
So
reason. Yeah.
you don't want Fencer and Paladin going away.
Yeah, so I guess we're seeing the power of Loup here, right? Like, just definitely not able to really get a board state going.
Yeah. Epiphany, I think, should have a counter on it from last turn. I don't think they caught that. But
My Wage Worker is pretty solid.
yeah, probably 3 installs here would be my guess. Yep, 3 more installs after the wage worker saying, "You are low on credits at the moment. I'm gonna put this out." And I think they picked up the Epiphany counter that they were missing last turn.
If you're Friday, do you try to push out of agenda here? Or is that too risky?
Click to
You
To
might,
make it 4-2.
trash steel skin to get.
although it looks like it's not long for this world with the 3rd Gourmand coming down
Trash it for one.
and it being broken
Yep.
relatively easily.
Getting paid and drawing cards for trashing wage workers. What a deal.
Yeah, seems good. So I think we can say confidently that this is not Stealth Lou at this point, because I don't think Stealth
Yeah.
Lou was playing Audrey. This looks like it's probably just Seb Shell or something similar out of Lou. But it's against this deck, maybe you don't need more than Reg. Maybe Reg is just fine.
Yeah. I mean, if it's a cohort, we could still see a 4-2. But looks like that might not be the case. Okay.
Yeah, well, we're gonna get a whole bunch of money. I guess the question is, can Epiphany put out important assets quick enough that Alan and Lou cannot keep up with the trashing at this point?
Mhm.
That's a question. I don't, from experience, I don't have a lot of confidence that that can be the case, but, you know, Alan seems to be doing everything methodically by the book and dismantling the board where it needs to be. But there's still some cards out there, so we'll see.
Yeah, a couple installs and Epiphany being used.
Installing the top card.
Yeah, so just more cards for the runner to puzzle out and go check.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the turn where you wonder if maybe they're trying to sneak out an agenda here somewhere. You know, put a wage workers on the board and just not res it.
Right.
Magistrate, it looks like, going away.
Get a credit and card draw from that.
Getting all the credits and draw from that. Fencer being crucial in helping to keep this board down.
Click 2, I'll run here.
Access?
Yeah, we're just gonna check everything Epiphany's putting down. Yep. And finds a
That
crypto
was a
crash.
crypto crash, yeah.
So we're all tied up at 2 points.
Click 3, I'll run the federal.
Sure.
Going and trashing the federal. Can't let that draw continue.
Click 4, I'll install Buzzsaw.
And then full value
Ooh.
off of that paladin, dropping the buzzsaw. So like I said, now those VSAs just not gonna cut it. Things are looking very strong in the runner's side right here. We're not at threat high enough to get to big oppo. So
Right.
Corp has the money for it, but not the threat. And I don't think you want to bother with a small oppo at this point.
And I think we've already seen 2 oppos hit the bin, so
Yeah.
the third oppo is not super likely.
Yeah, it's probably a high value spin target should a spin drop on the board at some point.
Install.
But Epiphany has a game plan, and that game plan is put cards on the board. So I don't think that they can go too far away from that, despite the fact that the runner keeps threatening things.
Actually, sorry. No, it's not on top. Double advance.
Interesting. Toying with some advancements here.
Okay. A
Okay.
naked double advance.
Install double advance. I mean, to me, we've already seen the checklist, and
Declaring right now.
possibly play more than one, but I would be reading that as a Vlad grid,
My brain confused these two.
which maybe it's fine to go trash.
That wasn't.
You've got 2 credits on Fencer.
Me and hand.
If it's a checklist, that's 3 tags and then 6 credits to clear, but it's not.
Yeah, just a flat grid.
Yeah, I think you double advancing that is maybe a little bit desperate, because that costs the runner 1 real credit, and you know that also means that you didn't have more stuff that you thought was worth putting down from your hand,
Click 2, I'll run the
which to me would signal maybe I should be running the hand pretty soon.
Yeah, I think I caught a glimpse of Friday's hand. I think maybe it's just 1 or 2 cards in there at the moment.
Hmm.
Click 3, I'll run the
Yeah, I'd be strongly tempted to go after HQ at this point. And there we have it. It's going in bigger picture, so now we know we don't want to float tags, even more so than we did before.
credit.
Just clicking up to 8 credits. I guess, yeah, that makes sense. You want to be on 8 credits so you can clear oppo tags if you must.
Hmm.
Operation.
Correctly naming asset, presumably.
Mandatory.
Yeah, Friday is swimming in money, which is usually a place that Epiphany is very happy to be, because it means they can res everything, they can cause the threats, but I don't know what else they have to do with their money right now.
Yeah, maybe it seems like Alan's game plan is like you can have the credits. I'm just going to trash all your win cons.
Mm-hmm.
So you have nothing to do with those credits.
Yeah.
Installing the top card there.
See an
Looks like
Epiphany
we
counter
found an
being used.
agenda with that.
I thought I saw Stoke the Embers in there, but maybe they're not quite set up for it yet. I think we've seen 2 Vlad grids trashed already, so you don't necessarily want to be doing that yet.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's what looks like the 3rd.
Yeah, and there's very little incentive for Alan not to go check these cards. So
Mm-hmm.
Can I just look at the heat for a sec?
Yeah. Especially with
And echelon and Henny's
4 counters on the fermenter there,
Yeah.
representing a nice 8 credits. That's one of the things, this Epiphany deck, if it's playing business as usual, I don't know for certain, but one of the things that you really love to do is just business as usual, clear off a fermenter. Ideally, you want to be triggering both uses of it, but this is just, you know, methodically dismantling the corpse board here as we can.
Yep. Regolith's getting trashed, although Friday probably has more money than knows what to do with.
Oh, there's
Yeah,
a Stoke.
there's a naked Stoke.
Alright. That does make Paladin full up. So we gotta see if we're gonna use that or if we're gonna have to use her something else. Popping the fermenter to get those 8 credits. And then installing another
Oh,
fermenter.
It's
That's
the train, the
great.
fermenter train. Yeah,
Start my turn.
this is really nice.
Regular, mandatory draw.
Now there is still that 1 advanced card on the board, which means if that is another Vlad grid, we could see the last Stoke the Embers maybe being played on top of it. Get a nice score. I think there's a lot of options here.
Install. The bottom card.
But interestingly, not doing it there.
Advance.
Putting the second advancement on, and then big Oppo. Here we go, 4 tags. We had to know that was coming. That's the 3rd Oppo, but that needed to be played. And remember that we know the Corp has bigger picture in hand, so if you're floating
Right.
these tags, you will lose all your money.
Right. This is a pretty good fork because if you let the Vlad stay, that probably represents a score and maybe win a crypto. But if you float a tag, you're gonna get hit with big picture. So really nice fork from Friday.
And your Paladin's full, so she's going to be angry if you don't do anything.
That's
You
what
might
Alan
have to
decides to do. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of problems for Alan this turn.
How many in hand?
2.
Yeah, you're either... And here's, like, you could try to just win it here. You could try to just make a bunch of runs and find the agendas. But nope. Just take the time, clear it off, saying, Paladin, thank you. You've done your service well. I'm going to be left with 7 credits here, which is a perfect crypto crash amount.
Agenda.
But no tags. That bigger picture will not. Oh, look, it's an agenda on top. So we're going to see a score this turn. I'm certain of it. We'll see what other things can be done in addition to the score.
Install double advance. There's a black grid and counters over.
That looks like a freedom.
Freedom. All right. Well,
Okay.
honestly, that's fine.
5. 2 credits.
You score a freedom at full price, like.
Yeah,
Sure, I'm happy
yeah.
for that.
Yeah, not the agenda you want to score, but a score is a score, and both
Yeah.
players are tied up at 4.
But you know all the oppos are in the bin right now, so unless there's a spin on the table, don't have as much to worry about. You do have 3 on fencers, so that Vlad grid is probably going down. 7 credits, 3 on the 3 counters on a fermenter. There's a twinning.
There's a 20, yeah.
So now we pivot to I'm gonna go steal your agendas. Checking, trashing, B.
Get a turning counter. Get a Loup credit. Card draw.
So Audrey is getting too many counters for a single die. Its might can no longer be contained.
Action?
Plus see an extra card.
Going to R&D
Yeah.
with 2 cards.
Yeah, going R&D makes sense. I mean, if Friday's scoring Freedom of Information out at full price, that probably says there's nothing else agenda-wise.
And picks up a crypto crash for their troubles.
Okay, so Alan's up to 6, so he's on game point.
Last click on the daily cast.
And just drop down
you
some
know-
more money.
Yeah, and there's no more Oppo threat. And R&D's kind of getting locked down. Although, it's Epiphany, so you can dig past that.
We do have this card in the iced remote that I don't think we've checked, so that could be something. And if we did see Stoke, I think you can score Stoke off the
The Vlad grid, right?
grid, especially if they have business as usual. So, but it doesn't look like they found one. They're just gonna go ahead and advance the grid. That feels like it's asking for trouble, but you have the credits, I suppose. And that makes the threat. The runner has to go deal with that.
Mm-hmm.
Quick one on the Vlad grid.
But they
I believe
do.
that's a spin that got installed,
Loup credit and
so we can get Oppos back, and that might that thread will be back online, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like you said, the Vlad has to go.
Yeah, that Vlad was a win condition, and you can't let that stay up right now.
quick 2 on the face down.
Just keep checking. Yep,
Yeah.
you were right. That's a spin. Nice Brindle Mold alt art there.
And let's see what
see what
gets
gets-
shuffled back. Yeah.
Oppo.
Yeah,
And Oppo.
just 2 Oppos going back.
Completely
Makes sense.
unsurprising, but that's what you gotta do at this point. He has money. Oppo is one of the ways you can try to turn that money into a win. Deck is looking a little on the thin side, but
Yeah.
we've seen about half of the agendas, so we know there's 5 more somewhere. We'll see
Yeah,
where
Alan
they
just
go.
Alan taking the money off the fermenter. Yeah.
Quick 4, I'll take a credit.
Just gotta keep it up and then just click for a credit. Maybe he does know what's in the remote there and just hasn't bothered checking it, because I feel like you have the counters to spare here. Maybe you just don't want to spend a card from hand.
I think we're digging for that Oppo.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was the wage worker. Nice.
Okay. We'll install turn. Yep.
Yep.
Install. Oppo. 4 tags. Now here you have
What
a
do you-
choice.
Mm-hmm.
So it's possible that one of these is a B1001, in which case that would be frustrating. But you're 1 point away. It's not hard for you to get another counter on the
I'm twinning.
twinning.
Mm-hmm.
You might just try to dig for it here, and just see if you can find the one agenda, because you know, if you get crypto crashed again, that could be very difficult to deal with. But nope, just I'm gonna play it safe. I'm gonna remove 4 tags and call it good. That's the turn
Yeah.
over.
So my turn, risk cohort.
Yeah, I think this is probably the disciplined line, right? You're ahead. There's no
Yeah.
need to take unnecessary risks.
We're gonna pitch a card to cohort. Gain 2 draw.
Yeah, I like to take unnecessary risks, but this is why I don't win. This is why I don't win tournaments. I just place well in them.
We're gonna say ice. Mandatory.
So still have 1 face down card. If that was an agenda, that would be absolutely wild. Sneaking it onto the board. Finally seeing all of these spin doctors. Installs an ice with that, which is interesting because ice is the least important card right now.
I mean, I guess that face down could be a B1000. I didn't catch what the ice was, but
Mm-hmm.
if it's a ping,
We're going to install.
it could be a line.
Going to
But yeah, it's just really tough Epiphany right now.
Cards in hand.
Yeah.
2, 3.
Yeah, just because there's so many ways that the runner can deal with this. With ice, like, oh no, I'll probably have to throw out a card and use one of my 8 Audrey counters. Like,
The glare strikes again. The glare strikes again, so we can't tell what it is, but
not a ping because we don't see a tag being added.
Mark for strength.
It's probably not VSA because you'd break that for 1, so that's probably a sentry of some kind. See, powers that be.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
opting
think
not to
that's not
trash.
worth trashing. You do want to trash something so you can get the counter on twinning this turn, but that's not it.
Yeah, I'll use the spin.
Looks like the spin or maybe archives was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And a magistrate.
Magistrate
Yeah,
and a face
Magistrate.
down. Not the third oppo, interestingly enough. Or not the 2 oppos that are in the bin already. But yeah, let's see what
Wage workers.
bravado.
Bravado.
Okay,
Nice
that's
include.
wild. Not a card I would have expected to see, but tossing out the pinhole to get Audrey to strength and break.
Trash for
And then, yep, trashing the wage workers,
get a twinning.
getting the extra counter, getting a bunch of money. And it's
I mean, I
gonna
like the
be
bravado include. You break ice for free. You know, you make a run, you get paid. Like you trash
Yeah.
a card, you get loot triggered. Like it's pretty solid.
And we're gonna go R&D. Look at 3 cards. See if we get it here. Miss. Yes.
And it's
Okay.
still alive, but you know, Alan just methodically dismantling this Epiphany deck, taking away all its win conditions. Like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I thought 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, sorry.
4. So he's done 4. A little bit of confusion there about how many clicks they had. This is why you use click trackers, people.
And then we're gonna pitch.
Both sides confident in their ability to track their clicks.
1 gaining 2. And then we're going to magistrate.
Using cohort again. Interestingly, not cohorting to put an advancement on anything.
Advance. Business as usual.
Double advancement and then BAU. Clearing off the Audrey. Putting the 3rd counter on the agenda. We're gonna
And the
see
powers
that
that be.
powers that be bringing it back. We see the agenda being scored. What's coming back? So
Yeah,
we
just a
are,
naked agenda install from Friday, right? Very bold.
yeah, that was just
It paid off. Yeah.
out there saying I have too much for you to deal with, and you're gonna get lured by other things, and they did.
Thinking.
That was a bold gamble, but it paid off. We're gonna see something being installed from archives. My money might be on Vladgrid.
The moon pool behind the ping.
A moon pool. That's a
Moon
that's a good
pool.
call.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah. Alan is gonna probably have to go deal with that. So both
Yeah,
players now on 6. Both players on game point.
Quick one over here.
Right here.
I'm gonna go check that one last face down just in case Friday was trying to sneak out another thing.
Loup credit.
It's just a regolith. Goes down, gets money, puts a counter on twinning, gets a counter on Audrey, importantly. Looks like they missed the twinning counter. Oh, no, there it is.
Fixing that, yeah. So if you're Alan, what do you do here? Like, I mean, the moon pool I think has to go, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trash.
Yeah, no, I think at this point I'm looking at trashing the board. And then at least getting the cohort down and then maybe running hand, trying to see if there's what's hiding in there.
Quick 3 on HQ.
And
Yeah, I
there
guess
we
the
go.
moon pool, yeah, maybe the moon pool kind of indicates there might be agendas in HQ, but we'll see.
Quick 4 all run R&D.
Nothing off that one. And then going into R&D for 2. Nothing. All right, well, the agendas are hiding somewhere. We will find them.
This is like asset.
Uh,
Say operation. 2.
Where are the agendas? Where?
Each card. Draw card. Cohort. Draw card off mandatory. Get 2 credits.
and cohort just digging through the deck. I think crashing the cohort that last turn might have been a good, but there's a fake. Not sure what happened.
Wait, what happened?
Goes to higher seat, so that'd be Alan too.
Nice. Well done.
Did Friday concede, maybe?
That may have been the case. I guess he says I have no more win conditions left in my deck, and you're just gonna run everything. Friday concedes. All right. Alan was able to outlast Friday. Lou just crashing the board as needed to beat Epiphany, removing all of their win conditions one by one, and getting to a point where they didn't feel like they could continue.
Yeah, really well played from both players, but yeah, Lou is just a really good matchup into Epiphany.
50-50 who's running.
And just falling short. So unfortunately, this is the end of the tournament for Friday, but Alan will be moving on to face, I think, Cybershark.
Yeah, I think Cybershark will be the next one, who's sitting there in the losers finals. And then the winner of that game will be facing Laura in the first round of the finals. And we'll see if whoever is can get 2 wins in a row and beat Laura. If Laura will take it, but one step at a time.
I think some people in chat earlier weren't too hot on Epiphany, and I think with this loss, there are no more Epiphany decks in the top cut, so people might be happy about that.
That was, in fact, the third Epiphany and the third and last Epiphany. Epiphany has run out of fresh ideas, I suppose. No more inspirations. Now there is only runner and value.
Yeah, so let's check in on what IDs the people still in the tournament are on.
Yeah, so we know Alan is on Oko and Loup, and Cybershark is on Melies and Loup. Okay, so we have 2 Loups, and then we have Laura, who is on Lat and PD. So we might get to see that PD combo deck go off, but Lou is probably one of the best runners to disrupt it. But we'll see who's playing which side in the next round. Who gets to play their Jinteki into Lou?
So the one turn combo PD is sort of the boogeyman of the format, I think, currently. Are you surprised to not see more players bringing this deck to a paper tournament?
Only a little. I think it's not the easiest deck to play. It's easy to mess it up, more to the point. You need a lot of practice with it. And you don't want to necessarily fire it and misplay. And I think they're, especially with Lou there, a lot of players are starting to disrupt the board and keep the combo from being fired.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not surprised to see it. I think it's also just the top players are very comfortable playing their decks and they like the decks that they want to play. And this combo deck is kind of a Johnny come lately. So maybe they just, for a tournament like this, they want to stick with the decks that they've been practicing, that they've been playing this entire season. They know the ins and outs of them. They're confident with it. Whiteblade's probably been playing the same deck for a year, more or less, for instance. So, and they did, that's how they make the cut.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
But, it's a strong deck, and we'll see if Laura can take it all the way to the championships. But first, we have Alan on Oko versus Cybershark on Lou as we move into round 5. And we are happy to welcome back Ultrafilter as commentator here.
Hello, guys. How's it going?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to pass the torch to Ultrafilter. Thanks for letting me stay and blab. And have fun.
Steve. Been great having you here on commentary.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you doing?
Good. It has been a good tournament. Lots of fun games to watch so far.
As I saw, Epiphany's finally been taken down.
Yeah.
The egg remains, though.
The egg does remain for yet one more round. There will be a Jinteki ID in the finals. Whether it's Oko or whether it's Melies, this game is going to decide. Whether it gets played in the finals, who knows? But it will be represented, at least.
Yeah, Laura waiting there with the Boogeyman combo PD deck, ready to score some trains and Neurospike people.
Yeah. At least I assume that that's what that deck is, but most likely.
Yeah.
I haven't actually watched her play it, but it's strong, Let the market's a card.
It is very strong. It goes very fast. Though I think, we've seen today a fair amount of Audrey Loups, which I think are probably the best bet right now to try to take down the PD deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Audrey being able to get through any of the ice, that's very important when they're trying to rush something out. Having money to trash things and keep it up while not having to spend money on breaking ice is pretty significant.
Yeah.
And a little surprised actually not to see any ice destruction so far in either of the Lou decks that we've seen. Most of them are just kind of playing value. I guess there's just no room for Chisel Charm or Crew or anything like that. But that's another way that I've seen of people trying to deal with these PD decks.
It is interesting. I think part of the reason is that the Chisel Charm combo takes a few too many cards to get going. And, PD is just scoring out pretty quickly. So if you don't get all of the tools out, doesn't quite work. there's also the fact that sometimes PD just doesn't raise the ice, and it's just like, hey, the ice is just there to take my flood the market fully operation boxes.
Yeah.
On keeping.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if you don't res it, you can't trash it. So
Yeah.
so that seems to be, that would probably be a way of dealing with it, I guess. But here we have Oko into Loup. What is Lou's strategy here? What is Loup trying to challenge here? How does Oko deal with this?
So first of all, we see the turn 1 FOT. I think Lou, if I was put myself in the Lou shoes, I think getting out your Fencer, getting out your Audrey pretty quickly, and doing something similar to what we kind of saw in the last matchup, though piloted by Alan against Epiphany. Try to shrink the board, find all of those very annoying assets, take them out, and just force Aoko to sort of stall, right? If Aoko isn't drawing 4 cards every turn, it can actually run out of assets to put in play. So getting into that situation where you can sort of smother Aoko out of value and then hunt for your agendas. And we see both players with the good starts. Fat is in play, Bladderwort's in play, but so are Paladin Poemo and Fencer Fueno.
Yeah, excellent starts for both players. I imagine they're both kind of happy about this.
Nuka getting taken out of the hand.
Looks like maybe a Nuka
Yeah.
that got trashed, which represents a good chunk of card draw for that Lou deck, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Not really what you want to see being trashed. How quickly are you trying to challenge this fight? Do you think it's worth... I mean, presumably if you have a pinhole, you probably go immediately. But are you waiting until you find your Audrey? Or draw a bunch of steel skins? So you can tank the inevitable enemy?
I think, with 2 counters on it, you kind of have to consider the fact that if you let it stay, you might still just take the 3 net damage, right? So I would probably draw up, make sure that I can tank the enemy, and just go in and take it down. We saw it in the 2 rounds ago, how quickly or how deadly Fat can be if it manages to stay on the board and just keep pinging you for 3 net. Though it seems like Cybershark is just gonna let it stay for a bit.
Yeah, it does take down the Bladderwort, an important card to get rid of, and uses Paladin to get out daily casts, keep that money up. We see a cohort be rezzed. Oko is about to have a bunch of counters and then probably use them.
Yeah, this is sort of the strength of the deck, right? When it manages to start looking at 4 cards per turn, and then we might see an install turn from Oko. Though you probably want to start finding some ice. That's the only thing that's going to probably protect your cohort, since Lou just basically trashes it for free.
Yeah. Especially with Fencer on the table. But you are looking at, really 5 cards a turn, right? So I'm sure you can find some ice somewhere. And if you don't, maybe you're in trouble and the runner should start running HQ a little bit.
Exactly. Yeah, 2 ices, two assets on an ice, or well, 2 things on the root and an ice. This Fat is dangerous.
Yeah.
This Fat is probably gonna keep us from centrals for a bit, unless we find that pinhole. Or okay, so goodbye cohort.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that the cohort wasn't iced. So maybe that's an agenda. Maybe we're looking at a Regenesis play here, saying that you can't run archives and steal the Fuji without taking 5 damage.
Quick tool check this server.
That's probably one of the best bets. Like, yeah, the cohort is.
Oh, Fuji
there's
on table. Oh, we danger, Will Robinson.
Wait, do we have the cards? We have the cards. Okay, we're still
let's
alive.
See. So we see 2, and okay, those are not creepy twinning from Cat Shen. And then we're deciding how many to spend here. Looks like we're just spending the 2, so we're gonna hit the other 3.
Yeah.
Does he have recovery in this hand? No. Ooh. No steel skins. We might be in trouble. We have 2 clicks left to try to repair something, but Fut is showing a potential 3 damage off of a score next turn. So this could be a very quick game.
Yeah. This is a good mind games play. Just saying, hey, you're checking everything, and you're not dealing with the fat. So here, have 3 points and 5 damage.
Yeah. Ooh, this is a challenge. Like, maybe you draw and hope to draw into a steel skin or something.
Steel skin is the only thing that kind of saves you. Like you probably
even
go
then.
into, yeah. Because if the agenda if the asset being protected is actually an agenda, well, it doesn't matter what. Oh, never mind.
Just a bladder wart. So far, okay, but that is 1 point of damage. Or no, it's not even a damage because you're at 5. So too much money. But we could see a hybrid score for 3 damage, and that looks like it might be lethal. I can't quite tell how many cards are in.
I believe so, because he lost his entire hand. Even blood in the water is lethal.
Are we seeing this? Is this game?
Oh god, this
F3.
is. Yep.
Yeah,
that's it.
That should be it, right?
Wait, no, the Fat deals the 3 damage
Oh,
right
Fat
away.
did 2.
Oh, Fat only did 2. Yeah.
Okay. But we do lose that. There was a steel skin. That was that heart card in there. So Cybershark is alive. For now.
For now. So this is, danger has kind of passed to some extent, right? Cybershark has 2 cards in hand. Fat has no counters on, well, 1 counter on him now.
Yeah.
If we can sort of draw up and start contesting assets, well, we probably can manage this. Like, the fact that we didn't die here is pretty big.
Yeah. Yeah, that
it seemed
that
close.
Bladderwort not being able to do a damage was what saved the runner there. That Bladderwort had pinged for 1 more, that would have been game.
Yeah.
Possibly, anyway, if it hadn't hit the steel skin in hand. But Cybershark, no doubt, counting his blessings at this point. Had to lose some good cards there, but still in it. Still has a chance, and up 3-1, importantly.
I'll make a run on Spin Doctor.
We are probably now looking. Yeah, Pinhole would be great. Anything that lets us deal with this board. Audrey would be a great tool right now. But it seems like we're not really finding those things. Bladderworth coming back, a face down coming back. I guess we're running the spin.
Here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Spin was being run, so it's going away. Still no ice on centrals either.
Fat, I think, is basically the reason. Like, if Cybershark decides to run centrals, he's always risking 2 net damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but usually you want to put some, like, honestly, Archives is the one that I would have expected an ice on.
That's true.
Like, okay, yeah, you can run the centrals, but I want to store stuff in Archives, and I don't want you looking at it. So, it is one of the weird IDs. It reminds me of IG from back in the day. Where you're just like, yeah, I don't want you running Archives. This is crucial to my strategy here. I'm gonna ice this. You can run other things. I don't care. But,
Yeah, I wonder what is in Alco's hand. Are we like going to again put a lot of assets on the board, or are we actually flooded and just trying to survive as well? Alco can get flooded and then use its ID ability to sort of make it not look like it's flooded, finding enough assets to still play.
yeah. Yeah, sometimes watching your opponent's hand and seeing what they do with it. But we're actually going to go ahead and looks like make a run, pinhole run into your hand. Probably finally dealing with FUT here would be my guess. Yeah, that guy's gotta go.
This is a lot of pressure off of Cybershark.
Yeah.
He'll probably come back. The FAT tends to replicate himself into the board multiple times throughout a match. But for now, we're good, and we are trashing Paladin, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's sad. That is a good amount of credits, but sometimes you just gotta deal with the board.
Yeah.
Taking a damage from the bladder wart, getting some money. Not too big a concern right now. You're gonna hit a card. But this remains. Now we're gonna see what's gonna happen. We've got. Looks like we might have missed an Oko counter for the hybrid release, which means that that's one less Oko trigger that is happening. Could have been happening this round.
Yeah.
So that's a bit unfortunate, but we'll see where players manage to come out of this. Oko having a good think here.
I think, the issue for Alan is that eventually Lou will get going, and that is when you will actually feel the pressure. So he has a bit of an incentive to try to get this game closer to the finish line as fast as possible. And we see the typical, hey, here, have a billion more assets to think about.
Mm-hmm. This is Lou, so, Lou's got a bunch of money and Fencer's got a credit on it. Like, saying here are 3 assets isn't necessarily the biggest deal. I don't think this Oko is playing Bite. And they don't quite have enough money to res a hostile infrastructure yet.
Yeah.
So, I guess, Lou needs to keep hand up, but otherwise, it feels like you should just be checking these, and it looks like they're randomly deciding which one. Going after the middle one here, it is a Spin Doctor.
Probably gonna get used.
Better to use it than let Lou trash it, I think.
Yeah. Giving him free cards and money is not necessarily wanna be.
Yeah, there
On
will
the
be
flip
other
side, I think the problem for Lou is we're not setting up, right? We're checking all of these remotes, we're drawing cards, but we're not really putting our engine down in play.
Mm-hmm. I don't really know what else engine you kind of need, though, against this deck. An Audrey would be nice. A Twinning would be nice. And that's about it, really. Just more money. Money draw, Audrey, and Twinning. See Moonpool, and that's going to go away.
Yeah.
That is a fast advanced tool that cannot be allowed to be on the table.
I will discard a
But yeah, I mean the runner doesn't need a whole lot in this matchup, especially with Audrey. If you can get draw, if you can get money, if you can get the twinning eventually down, so you can start some multi-access, and one of them even just gets discarded. It looks like.
Turn to gain a credit.
Um,
Inventory draw.
Yep.
I think that's a twinning. I can't quite make it out.
No, that's Raindrops Cut Stones from.
Oh, the new raindrops. I haven't
Yeah.
played that one enough. But
One installed.
interesting that
Wednesday review.
So Corp did not res either of those two installed cards.
3 installed.
You would have think that they would have to duck under Bladder, but I suppose wanting to be able to play Hansei Review
Makes sense.
kind of changes the math there. So maybe now we're shifting into Oko with money mode instead of low money Oko mode, where the Bladder Ward is just a nice pad campaign.
Exactly, and it's now hey, now I can rest my eyes. Where is your Audrey, or where are the cards to pay my net damage taxes?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna install Third
I mean, to be fair, if two ices get rest, then we
Airblades.
could be back.
I'm gonna run 5.
Airblades is a sick card here.
But yeah, I get 3 count.
Yeah,
It's
being
like,
able
oh,
to.
do you have an enemy? I don't care.
Exactly.
Am I going to steal another Fuji? I can duck the damage. Like, that is a strong, strong piece of tech.
Yes, really
Mostly for
nice
this
into
matchup,
anything.
honestly.
Yeah.
There's
Just
a
being
whole lot
able.
of-
Go ahead.
I was gonna say there aren't a whole lot of other decks that are running that kind of ice or on encounter ability triggers.
Yeah, and now it seems like Alan is making some good math trying to figure out, okay, how does this change my plan? Do I just let this fat go? Or do I, eventually you need to deal with these airblades. Like they're gonna stay here giving Cybershark just a little bit of protection.
Yeah. Yes, chat, that is the famous Diego from Torsog commentating.
Hi.
I'll run archives.
Let's make a run on archives here, see if we can snipe another agenda that might be hiding there. Saying, yes, you were trying to regenesis out something.
I mean, what else could this to face down cards be, right? We
Yeah.
didn't rest cohorts.
Yes, please.
Let them
Give it-
dream.
Let them dream.
Missed.
Alright, with no FUT on the table to punish either.
Get a fencer. No other
However, we're now at 8 credits, though we're now at threat 4, but I also see 8 credits.
Yeah,
so
8 credits,
measure
more than 4 in hand.
So let's try to not die now.
We also see Cybershark just separating the 1 credit, being like, here's my measure response
8
tax.
plus 1, yes. Yeah. It's interesting, like, measure response is definitely strong in these decks. Some of the versions that of Oko that we've been seeing here in Berkeley that we've been trying out have been more on the prison side of things. They use Magistrate Revanchelet instead of some of the other trashy things, and just try to put the runner in money prison in some ways. It's also pretty devastating and annoying.
Yeah, whenever the agenda becomes mini crypto crash, it is tough. Though I would say against Loup, Magistrate just becomes, hey, and here's another card I can track.
Yeah.
Which is why I like the hostile architecture, just because it is something that, yes, Loup can trash, but the card tax is not necessarily Loup's strength. However, the skates exist now. I think Cybershark is actually in a pretty comfortable position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's wild because he has 2 cards installed on his board compared to this very full, multiple install Oko deck, and yet it still feels like the runner is in at least an advantageous position. I'm not going to say they're in control, but they're definitely favored here, which is wild.
Yeah, the fact that Airblades sort of doubles as this fat protection, single icebreaker against Jinteki actually means that he has some careless, or not careless, but some aggressive runs he can still make.
Yeah. You know what card I miss? I miss Apocalypse. I would like that card back.
Careful.
You have too many of these decks now that are just like, I'm not going to bother icing any of my centrals. And it's like, we don't really have the punish we need for this anymore. We need to punish things like that.
You have to reveal.
Tossing
Um,
is for the
Then I'm gonna reveal two.
and showing 2 Regenesises, which were being held in hand. Putting 2 advancements on a card here.
You're good.
Is that a Fuji, I wonder?
Is it a Fuji? Is it the Orica? Some of these decks have been running around with 1 Orica. So now we have a little bit of mind games, though. This is last click, so probably a Fuji.
If it had to be something, it would probably be Fuji, yeah. But that's Table Fuji is wild in this in this game.
Yeah.
Just randomly putting down the win there, like, woo! Those are some big brass eggs, let's say.
Yeah. I think, we'll see. If he advances it, we'll know it's the Fuji. If he
Well, it's
doesn't...
breaking a 5, so yeah. 1, 2,
Oh,
3.
God!
Scoring Fuji. The win was on the table, folks. Lou did not check the right card. And is going to take some damage for it. And we are tied up at 4.
Oh, interesting. Devil
like
Charms.
Oh, yeah, the new Devil Charm. So there is some ice destruction in this deck, I guess.
Yeah, I wonder if Cybershark is really on a version of Dav's list with just normal breakers and
I will click 3 to draw.
and
And I will install
Hermes, which we did see. So he probably doesn't have access to Audrey and actually has to go through the trouble finding all the breakers.
Maybe.
But Alan sort of surviving the flood with a hope and a prayer, basically.
I'm not gonna lie, if I was runner, I would be so tilted right now.
Yeah,
that
right?
was on the table. Oh man. I would just be completely off kilter here and being like, what else did I miss? But, still not in a bad position, plenty of money. We've got the roller skates.
this ticks.
Now you really do want to find an Audrey or maybe your Breaker Suite, depending. See how many of these roller skates we use up here. Oh, it's just a tie. I think you take that.
Yeah.
I'll prevent the net damage.
Oh no, we're preventing the net damage. We have
Agreed.
things we want to keep.
That's on hand.
5.
Your access hostile.
What are we looking at?
That's
Oh,
the
the
hostile.
hostile. I could...
I
Yeah.
can trash it for 4 credits.
Yeah, unres, you trash that.
Yeah.
That? What goes first, hostile or Lou?
It wasn't rested.
One of the few times when I do recommend trashing unresed assets.
Okay, so
It's just,
Lou
that
and
needs to go away before it can get up and make trashing everything else really annoying.
Yeah, especially when we have to be mindful that one of the ways Cybershark loses here is by just going too far down on money and cards.
Mm-hmm. See a raindrops come through, challenging this bladderwort. That's the enemy.
I'm gonna trash your card.
Yeah. We're probably gonna prevent 2 damage from that.
I will prevent
Yeah.
2 damage on res.
And then let the sub fire so you can draw after.
Yeah.
And take a damage. Skin.
Oh, still skin.
Oh,
More cards.
yeah. Just draw all the things.
I will trash it.
And then trash
for
that.
3 credits. And then I will get 3 with my raindrops plus the draw from the power
And
card.
get the money back. And another card. Yeah, so this board is starting to look a little thin here.
I think I forgot my fermentor this turn. Did I?
However, without a killer,
Yeah.
those net damage pings can be some amount of protection
Okay, you have
for the next wave of assets.
You can res only a tithe or a diviner, I guess.
However, Alco in just 2 credits.
Yeah, I mean, Tattoo Bola is a possible res if they want to keep something up. You have too many cards in hand, so the question is, do you challenge something or do you just get things installed? Try to take advantage of the fact that Oko is low on credits, or do you actually use things from your hand? And it looks like you're going to take it a little slower and just install a few things from your hand. Another Paladin makes its appearance, but we do get punished immediately with another Bladderwort res.
Yeah, these assets have a way of replicating themselves on the table.
Ooh. We lose a Buzzsaw. Not that we've seen any code gates that can be that would be annoying, but we do know that there is at least Diviner in the deck.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Just, continuing to pump out cards here. What Oko does best.
Yeah, we just, keep increasing complexity, forcing Cybershark to have to run more things. We're tied at 4. If our Genesis play sneaks around, that will spell doom.
Yeah, that honestly, Regenesis would be game, probably. Put at least a 2-pointer in would be my guess. So you gotta watch all of these, and without a killer, you don't have a killer and you don't have your blades anymore. Things are starting to look a little more tough for a runner.
And we used all our money, so, measure response is back on the table on the crackback. So we gotta, find a way to make it through this fork. We run archives. Is archives clean? Or are we resing a spin or a moon pool?
Oh, it is clean. There's a couple of petty caches in there, which is good to know. Keeping the corp on 3 or below 3 would be great. But
I think in that case you probably run the Bladderworth, because if they decide to arrest that ice to protect it, they can't go back to 5 credits with petty cash.
Click 3, I'll run Bladderwork.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we see doing. Is that ice even resable?
I'll trash for 2 and offense.
Well, if it is or isn't, it does not get res. That goes down. Blue draws a card. Yeah, you really would love to see Audrey or even Echelon here would be just fine.
Yeah.
And last click.
This is one of... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, the runner does have 3 credits there, or 3 counters on that fermenter, so they're not quite as poor as they look. But it is something to consider.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the dangers of playing scrappy games against Alco, right? Like, we've spent the entire game sort of meeting them asset for asset, and now we're really like, okay, we would love to have our icebreakers. But hey, there is one of them.
So, not that we've seen barriers yet, but
they replicate on the table. I don't know what to tell you. It just happens.
Punch one down somewhere, it pops up somewhere else.
Yeah.
Ooh, hitting Eru. That would have been a nice little finisher there. So how does what do you think is the most effective way for Oko to close this out? Is it trying to sneak out a Regenesis play? Is it trying to build back a FUT? Is it just hoping that you draw the measures and catch the runner off guard here?
I think against Lou, and especially against a Lou that is sort of building back, probably what you want to do, I'm not saying you can necessarily, is build a fork, right? To say, hey, I'm gonna put a Regenesis that is not game. I'm gonna put maybe a Blood in the Water that's also not game on archives, and I have the measure responses in hand. And so you need to find a way to steal both of the agendas, or deal with the agendas while keeping your credits up.
Okay, back to me.
Because sort of at this point it's kind of hard unless we see Auko really protect archives to just manage to sneak in a Regenesis play on pressure alone. Though FAT is a start to do that.
Yeah, that Fat being rezzed. We're on 5 credits, which might be enough to res the ice in front of it, give it some protection. Even then, dropping low so that your bladderwort triggers will be good.
Yeah, and if
But-
it's an anemone, we go to 2, Bladderworth gets us up to 3, and we can petty cash back up to 5.
We do see Echelon finally hit the table. So now we are going to go ahead and challenge some of these remotes and use money instead of net damage. Challenging
see
the
what's in
enemy remote.
I'll trash for 2.
It's a moon pool.
I'll get a loot trigger.
That goes away. Destroying those win conditions one by one.
Yeah. I assume we'll probably see Fermenter be popped soon.
The 8 off the fermenter.
Yeah, I feel like you have to have the money here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's exactly what just happened, I think.
Yeah.
Although they haven't physically trashed the card.
I'll draw a card and I'll get rid of
They'll get around to it
They'll get
eventually. Yeah.
No, I just took 8 from it. It's gonna stay on the table. Next turn I'll take 10.
Yeah.
That FUT does get to count up a little bit, but 2 damage you can deal with.
Yeah, at this point, we're back to a comfortable hand size. Fat alone isn't something to be worried about. We sort of need to see Auko present sort of a threat from multiple angles.
On the Bladderwort isn't pinging because they have too much money.
Yep.
It was interesting though that they chose to let the moon pool get trashed instead of trying to use it and then duck below credits for the Bladderwort
Okay.
and just deny the use of it. But maybe they want to save it for later and felt taxing Lou was enough.
Yeah. I mean, we really want to see hybrid releases. Try to fast advance some damage here.
Yeah. Especially if one of those face downs might be a powers that be or something. That would be very strong to be able to get something back.
Diviner. Okay. I can't.
Remember that Diviner that also got
yeah.
out of the net damage? It's back to bite us.
We hit an odd number here.
Services,
We
yes.
do.
The run, right? Odd.
Draw 2 cards, but the run will end.
Draw 2.
Do we
That's
try again?
more Diviner hits than I've ever been able to do in my life.
Pinhole HQ for a credit.
Pinhole. It's like, fine, if I can't get in the front door,
For 2 credits.
let's sneak
Yeah.
around the side.
Unless you have action. I'll get a loot trigger. So credit.
I guess I'll do it. God damn it.
It was worth it, though. That's what
Yeah.
you use the pinholes for in this deck. I'm curious if you go take down the Bladderwort too, or if you maybe look at some of these other remotes, or even look at the hand. Like, the agendas are somewhere. We haven't seen an agenda in a little while, so they're hiding somewhere.
Yeah, and this is sort of the scary part of the AOCOG endgame, where, there are 11 agendas in the deck, give or take. Eventually, they gotta show up somewhere.
Yeah.
We're spinning. Are we trashing it or using
No,
it?
you got it. That is the last spin doctor, however. So whatever you take back now is the last thing you get to take back.
2 bladder words.
Yeah, it looks like
Two
bladder
bladder words.
Sure, let's. I can't.
Click 4.
I feel like there's a moon pull in there, and that feels like more of a win condition to bring back than a bladder wart. Like the
I
bladder warts are
agree.
annoying and all, but that's not how you're winning the game here.
Yeah, the power of Moonpool. Moonpool is an incredibly flexible card.
Yeah, moon pull, and then maybe fight if you want to try to get that there.
Bladder word.
So there's.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, so
I'll break.
I question those decisions, but maybe it's just trying to keep grinding down.
No, I'm not measuring.
But we have a raindrops cut stone. Looks like debating which subs to break, if any.
Sorry.
We do have 3 minutes and 40 seconds left in the round, and they are tied on 4.
It's fine.
I believe Cybershark is a higher seed here. So if we do end in a tie, Cybershark will advance.
Yes, you get a credit.
This is an interesting point, right? Giving AOCO a credit makes it harder for. Well, I guess we know where all the bladder words are, so never mind. Okay, let's see. Is the last card, the one we didn't check, an agenda?
Raise your hand.
5.
Anticipation has me on the edge of the seat.
I would bet it isn't.
Yeah. I feel like if it was, it would have been scored by now.
Yeah.
But
Petty cash.
there's upright play. Always get your petty caches played first. That is something that I constantly forget to do.
Double advance.
Yeah.
That is a hybrid
release.
Okay.
Hybrid.
So hybrid release, no special bonuses from anything on the table, it doesn't look like, but you do get to install a face down, and that face down was an ice, which goes over HQ, signaling maybe there are some agendas in HQ. That is important again, because now it is 5-4, and if we do go to time, Alan would take it. Pressure is on Cybershark to find the agendas. You can be in control the entire game, but if you don't find the agendas, you don't win.
Yeah, and this is where, losing Arrow, not having managed to install a twinning, comes back to bite us.
Mm-hmm. Now, Corp is only on 5 credits, so there's not a whole lot of ice that can really keep him out. I think we're out of Boto range, but we do see Samaxamoon.
Okay, that's 3 credits.
But this is just a little bit of a tax.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Double checking to see what the strength of the Rising Tide is there. I don't think there's another one in the bin, so it is a full 3 to break.
Yes.
And then we will access a card.
See this one.
Whole game hangs in this balance.
Measured response.
Measured response.
Measured response.
Look at that. Do you trash this here? I feel like for 2 credits, it's worth it.
Yeah, I guess 2 credits on a card.
For 2 credits because I get 1 back. Oh no. Let's trash it for these 3 Fencer.
This
You
is,
get it back from the
And a card with Loup.
get it back from the fencer anyway.
Click 2, I'll short gamble for 4 credits.
Okay,
Get some more money up. We are in the last minute of the game here.
Click 3.
The runner needs to find an agenda.
Click
No.
4.
Or pass the turn so they can have another turn when we go to
I
time.
think that's the plan, yeah.
Just taking money, making sure they don't have anything there.
I am actually not
So,
sure how
Corp.
I paid for Trickster.
Corp turn starts. There's less than 30 seconds left in the game. Is in credit, install a FUT. behind the diviner, which is
and install
technically
5
not
bases.
breakable.
Okay.
But I think Runner is probably going to let this go to time and give it a nice good think to see what their last 4 actions are going to be here.
I'm gonna get.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we need to find at least 1 point of agendas. Again, there is no multi-access showing on the board right now. We have 3 companions that are lending their might. We have a rising tide and an echelon. So if we did see a code gate that stopped the run on R&D, that would be difficult. We're going back into HQ, it looks like. Now keep in mind that the Corp will have 1 turn afterward to respond. So the runner still has to make sure that they don't get measured.
Access?
But we're going into HQ. Gonna see a card at random out of the 4 in hand.
See this one? GG.
And we
Fuji,
find
that's
Fuji
a
for
game.
game. Full 7 points.
Yeah.
Cybershark and Loup will take it. That was 1 of 2 agendas in hand. Rough.
Yeah, this is the danger of letting the game go so long. You know, the agendas have to be somewhere.
Thank you.
Yeah, they do build up. And Corp never really had the money to set up a safe server to put them in. Still, amazing play. Some absolutely ballsy moves. Like I'm still not entirely over just having the Fuji on the table and scoring it
Yeah.
out. Like
Yeah.
that was a highlight of the game. But well played to both sides. Congratulations to Cybershark. You are going to be facing off against Laura in the finals here. This was they did play in round 3, and Laura was the one who sent Cybershark down into the losers bracket. So Cybershark is looking for retribution here. They're looking for revenge. They are looking for resolution and maybe some other R words that I can't think of right now. But we are going to see that up next in the first game of the finals of the Vancouver Megacity 2026.
Don't go anywhere. I don't know if it's happening right now.
We might have players are taking a quick break, so we will too. See you back shortly. All right, everybody, welcome back to stream. Welcome back to the Vancouver Megacity 2026 Top Cut. We are about to have the first round of the finals. We have Laura playing Precision Design and Cybershark, who's coming up through the challenger bracket playing Loup. I am Zinchling. Go by Chris.
Hello everyone, I'm Diego. Go by Ultrafilter. Pronouns are he, him.
Likewise, and we are getting ready for this exciting match. If this is in fact the combo PD, trying to score 6 points in one turn and Neurospike out to do a bunch of damage, or if it's maybe trying to score 9 points in one turn, entirely possible. Or if it's just a regular good stuff PD thing, who
It's
knows?
the combo. It's the combo. Come on, Chris. Come on. We all know.
I mean, I haven't watched Laura. I would not be surprised if it was combo. But we'll see if Lou can go fast enough here. Now we know that Cybershark's Lou is playing a more standard set of breakers. They're not playing Audrey. So that means that challenging these remotes is going to be a little trickier. You need to, unlike last game where it really didn't matter about getting the icebreakers up, this game you might need to get them sooner rather than later. And you probably only have 4 or 5 turns to do it.
That's the big challenge, right? Laura will probably try to combo by turn as early as turn 4, probably by turn 6, and so we have 24 clicks on the best case scenario to assemble a rig and stop her from building out all of these single-iced remotes. And the problem is the face checks are pretty bad. Scatterfield, Drafter, Sleipnir are all ices that if we face check into them, we will be slightly punished. I think out of the three, Sleipnir is the less punishing one, but shuffling back fully ups into the deck is quite bad for Lou.
Yeah, and with Echelon being probably the only Sentry Breaker, Drafter is very annoying to deal with.
Yeah.
Comes in at strength 1, it costs 5 to break for a core. Even when it's got a friend and Echelon comes in at strength 2, it's still 5 to break Drafter, and that's just painful.
Exactly.
If you can get it to strength 3, you're in the clear. But we'll see. And Laura also has to draw the ice too. This deck is very thin on ice. I think it only has maybe traditionally 10-ish pieces.
Yeah, sounds about right.
So can you find enough ice to make the servers that quickly? You are drawing a lot, so it's not impossible. And all of this can also be derailed if Lou just makes some runs and top decks agendas. If you can steal two of the Melies luxury lines, combo becomes much harder to pull off.
Exactly. This is a early game. It's about slowing Laura enough so that you can get set up to actually contest a quote-unquote honest game of Netrunner. And what Laura is looking for is for all of these big accelerants, right? Top-down solutions, red level clearance, and eventually getting fully operational for 3, 4, 5, 6 decisions for that big combo turn.
Yeah, playing fully up for like 2 or 3 decisions is a very bad feel, especially in this deck, but even in regular decks. You want to be playing that for a lot of choices, and ideally you want to be playing that either to draw a whole bunch of cards or just get a ton of money. This deck probably more on the draw side. You do have your digital life, which is probably a one of. And keep in mind, this is all us hypothesizing about what's in the deck based on what we've seen on Netrunner DB. We don't actually know what these decks are consisting of. but this is our best guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
We
Yeah.
are seeing a strong triple install with wage workers into a top-down solutions to draw more and install more. And already on turn 1, we're probably going to see 2 ice remotes.
Yep.
Will they be
Now,
protected? On 1 credit, that'd be kind of hard, but they're there.
remember, the ice sometimes
Oh,
is
only
just
one
there
install.
to tick.
Decline the second install with top down.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
Laura, what do you have in hand? Is it a bunch of operations, or are you hiding some trains?
That's
Yeah.
interesting. I will click 1 to draw.
But still, that's an excellent first turn.
Yeah, like wage workers is one of the most like critical cards in this deck, just letting us go really fast.
I'll run
Yeah,
Cybershark.
being low on credits is
I'll trash
a challenge because Loup will try to challenge these remotes, and if you don't have the money to res the ice, then they're gonna get in for free. And we see that
Yeah.
with Loup going and just trashing the spin doctor, letting it go.
I will get Paladin. And
He'll come back later.
Yeah, he'll come back. Don't worry.
But that is one of the ways of beating this. If you can keep these remotes down, if you can keep them empty, that takes a lot of pressure off of fighting
Click
Flood.
4.
Yeah.
I'll just install Double Charm.
And we see a Devil Charm being installed. So now we're saying, okay, if you do get money to res it, it might get trashed.
Yeah.
Laura taking 3 credits and then drawing with the extra click. Slow turn for the deck.
Yeah.
But sometimes you need to do that.
I'll get
And just
Paladin.
discarding some cards.
This really begs the question, how flooded is she right now?
Yeah, you
the-
have to
the
wonder
deck-
if there's a bunch of agendas in hand.
Yeah, the deck has a lot of operations that can be played from just 1 credit. So the fact that we didn't see like a red level clearance, or any more installables, particularly from the top-down solutions, does make you wonder.
But at the same time, it could be that maybe that's just a bunch of like nano managements and
True.
fully ops that you don't want to play yet. Sometimes you draw out of order.
My decision is
Never. And by never, I mean all the time.
will be
Yeah. Winter coming down. Maybe the game will be long enough that that'll matter.
I'll discard a Buzzsaw.
Discarding the Buzzsaw, which is interesting.
I mean, I
And
think, the problem is to get to a point where we can comfortably deal with Sleipnir and Scatterfield. We have to install this, we have to install a Tungsten Tailor, so that's 7 credits just to get our breaking solution. And maybe we say, okay, there's not enough time for that. We're going to put our hopes on ice destruction and a faster game plan.
Also throwing out Echelon.
Which is, you don't have the money for it right now. It's understandable. But again, that drafter could be a problem.
Yep. 2 installs from Laura. 3 installs from Laura.
And a draw.
Okay.
Fermenter and Paladin.
Yeah, with very little money and no breakers on the board. I don't know if you necessarily contest these. You could, but letting something fire would be pretty bad. And there's no crew, there's no chisels so far.
Yeah. Also,
Runner needs-
again, we don't know the specific deck list, but one of the conscious decisions that this PD deck is making is bringing a lot of assets that are like 3 or 4 to trash. So right now, I would expect that we would have to at least take a credit in order to be able to trash anything on board.
Yeah. Yeah, and things like Synchrocyclotron, which don't really do anything until the turn that they do something. It feels bad to trash something like that, because they're Corp isn't getting recurring value, it's just future value, and then on the turn that it actually applies, it's big.
Yeah.
Gachapon and
Cybershark thinking about what to do, installs a simul chip and a gachapon. Okay, so discarding those programs to the bin, knowing that there's a simul chip that can bring them back for cheap whenever you pop the fermenter and get money.
Draw 2.
More reasonable of a play now.
Red level clearance. We're gonna draw 2 cards. Think for a second about what to do with our second choice.
I'll gain the click back. Install.
It's like gain a crit, so probably gain the click back. Install 3 things, trigger wage workers,
end of your turn. Oh, gotcha.
Gain a credit.
and then gain a credit.
We can start all your program.
Yeah, that's
Now,
pretty solid play. Gachapon popping off.
yeah, we have choices. Twinning,
Those are pretty
the chisel. Probably the chisel.
Maybe? I'd almost be tempted by the twinning here to get that for free. And then maybe try to sweep the hand so you can get the agendas out of it before this goes off. But we are...
True.
I think Laura might just be in a position next turn to pop off if she has the cards in hand for it.
Yeah, I was about to say, just...
We've got 4 iced servers here, or 5 iced servers. 4 of them have a card in it. The 5th one's what you put the agenda in.
Yeah, just a fully up in hand that lets us find the second fully up in hand, that lets us find the YDL, and, you know, we're off to the races. But it is the chisel.
Yeah, so
and
one twinning goes away, and
really need
that's a question here.
cast is probably too slow.
Daily cast just being too slow in this match.
Yeah.
All of this, of course, being done at the end of the Corp's turn. Not that it truly matters at this point, since you're not spending any credits, you have nothing that would get triggered by it.
Yeah.
But nothing that will gain a counter as it comes in, but it could have been.
I think it's just, you know, good fundamentals of playing Gachapon, especially in longer games where you might see a fermenter.
Hmm.
Let me look at your list real quick.
So the question is, do we have the money to challenge whatever is in that remote? Because you can easily Chisel Charm it into Oblivion, get rid of the ice if it gets rezzed. So again, one of the ways in which you can avoid that is just not rezzing it, but then can you trash whatever's behind it?
Yeah,
Lose
we
on
probably
2
have.
credits.
Yeah, we probably have to take this fermenter money and just go, because, you know, with what Laura is presenting, I think next turn is very likely to pop off or at least get us into with a lot of value.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure we can pop off. I will say I do not understand the ins and outs of, like, what exactly do you need before you commit yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Sure is.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can do it from 4 credits, but if there's a synchrotron and a powers that be on the table, that might be enough.
Yeah.
Especially if maybe one of these, I don't know, one of them could be a humanoid, but that doesn't really help. But Runner has some decisions to make here,
I'll run the
because
chisel
I
thing.
think they know, Cybershark knows the threat here too.
Norris.
Yeah.
All access.
Sam.
Righteous is
Never
not to
able to
rest.
get that.
Oh.
Cool.
Install
Okay,
Doctor and Discount.
but uses it to res a
Can I mark it with this?
ablative barrier, which is going to install a card from archives in a different remote because it was res during the run.
A spin doctor went onto that server.
Okay.
So, okay, Cybershark, can you find 6 more points? I mean, we can also just, we probably don't want to contest the spin. We'll probably contest the other two and maybe use the simul chip to move these chisel if need be.
Hmm. Yeah, and if you're going to do that, though, then you can't pop the fermenter. Because then the simul chip won't be able to track
Oh, yeah.
people move it around. So you do have to be a little careful. Because you want to have the money. Like, you can't go and trash the wage workers right now because you just don't have the money for it on 2 credits. I mean, you could click for 2 credits run, but that feels like a waste of your precious clicks.
Yeah.
But it looks like we are using the simul chip. I'm not quite sure why that trashed.
Do we run it again?
Yeah, must have ran
I think
it
we
again.
ran it twice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think when we ran it twice, put the counter, and eventually killed it.
Yeah. I mean, that's one less server, so anytime you can pull off ice destruction against this deck specifically, it's probably worth it.
And now we can simul chip away if
Oh, it's a Melies.
we're here.
Synclocyclotron, which is 3 to trash and not enough money. Runner is struggling there. Gonna res that Spin Doctor, see more cards.
So now the question is this the turn, or does Cybershark get another turn to try and keep themselves alive?
I feel like you might be able to start the combo with a top down, get the 5th server out there maybe.
Yeah.
But that's still tricky. And it's not really what you want to be doing on the combo turn, is spending 1 to do that.
Yeah, I think that seems like a click 1 draw.
Although I don't know why it's being put back.
Yeah.
There, I guess they're clarifying something.
Oh, maybe that was, we drew 2 from the spin. I'm not sure. And this is the
that might have been
draw.
mandatory.
Yeah.
It's like they're counting how many cards are left in their deck, so this is a consideration of are they going to pop off this turn.
That's the moment where you go, okay, if I play top down twice, can I draw through the deck?
Mm-hmm.
Thought you could get a cheeky single.
I don't know. You never know.
Cheeky single spike? Probably. I wasn't playing around that. Just ended up with 5 cards.
Everything looks very close, but can you get there?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is why I don't play combo decks, because this type of like stress thinking of how many lines am I going to need to run in my head, that's the puzzle that I don't necessarily want to be playing during my turn. But some people have a lot of fun with it, so Laura is probably one of those people.
Yeah, this, especially because this combo asks you to plan out clicks and credits so far in advance, right? You need to know, okay, if I play 2 fully ups right now, how many cards do I draw? What, how far into the deck can I get? Can I guarantee to grab, my pieces, right? YDL, and then enough nano managements to, okay, we're probably going. If this is our all draw solutions, yeah. Okay, the train has left the station. Destination Neurospike.
Let's see how this goes, if Laura can pull this off. That was click 1. Only on 3 credits, too, so you have to be very careful about the order in which you play things here.
Yeah. So, like, what feels like the best thing to do, and, given that we're thinking maybe that's not where we're at, is second top-down solutions, then YDL, click back from wage workers, and then play a bunch of nano managements. we'll see if that's where the combo continues.
Yeah. I feel like you probably want to save the YDL for when you install the agenda. So this is probably, you're probably still looking at fully op, YDL, gain the extra click, start using the nano managements, and then when you install your first agenda to score, you do that with the top down to put down an ice and the agenda.
Yeah.
So that you can do it at that point, and then go from there and flood and do all those other things. But with 3 credits, that's exactly fully up into YDL. Now, is it possible that Laura did not draw another YDL or another fully op? That's, you know, she's holding more than half her deck in their hand, but if they're the last 2 cards in the deck, you know, your
Yeah.
combo doesn't go off.
And the fact that she's thinking so much here tells us that, you know, there's something. Okay, we're spinning that.
Ooh, having to use the spin. Again, lowering your density of cards in remotes here.
Which one's the deck?
Did we spin anything back besides the top down? Sorry, the fully up.
I did not see.
Okay, is this second full? No, this is red. Okay, we're scrambling. We wanna find, or maybe we're not. I'm not sure. Okay, we installed.
There's another spin doctor.
Yeah, so that's our second operation.
Another red level clearance, which is going to get you the click from the wage workers and draw 2 cards, gain a click back.
Yeah.
You've played RLC twice.
And fully up.
I assume we're gonna see a fully operational here. At least that would be the ideal.
3 clicks for me.
With 1 credit, you that's about the only thing you can do at this point.
Now we have 1, 2, 3.
Or not showing confidence here anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, I have 3 clicks. I have no RLCs left.
The variance gods might be punishing us right now.
Sometimes those cards just don't want to show up in your hand.
Yeah, there are 3 of them.
And on the runner side, like, okay, maybe they're off reading a novel or whatever. But the threat here is just take 8 from Fermenter, go up to 10 credits, and then just start running these remotes.
I think so.
If any ice would get rezzed, you can simul-chip a chisel back on it. Otherwise, you've got 10 credits with which to trash all of the things in the remotes. And, you know, if Laura has to pass the turn here because she didn't draw the cards she needs to keep going, that's not a good sign.
Wait. There's a top down. That's a top down.
I guess a fully up.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're fully up. I am today apparently confusing the 2. Fully
okay.
up.
Let's find out. I'm gonna play YDL.
Huh.
So I gained those 2. I'll send those 2.
Okay, YDL for infinite money.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
I guess, chat, you're hearing some background commentary or something, maybe?
So that's 22 credits, if I counted correctly. Yeah, gain 22, so 24 total.
Seems like should be enough.
I think we're here, so double nano.
2 of the nano managements, so we're back to 3.
Yeah, clicks are good.
Now I think again.
I would be surprised if this doesn't spell doom here. Top down into
15, 16 cards.
Gotta count the credits here. Because we know one of those is a Synchronous Cyclotron. The other, I think, probably needs to be a powers that be in order to pull off the combo here. And And we have not drawn the entire deck, so there are still cards in there that might be
Yeah.
important to the combo.
Okay, I think Laura is doing some math, trying to figure out if her current total is enough.
Mm-hmm. It's a good thing this is an untimed game.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, I only need 5 turns to pop off, but that 5th turn's going to take 20 minutes.
Yeah, time out, everyone. I have to do math. Homework is here. And it's very important that we get this right, because I've seen this combo just go a few clicks, few credits short, and the problem is that it's very hard to recover from that.
Mm-hmm. Picking up the massive deck in her hands.
And all of the possible lines.
We do see
top down.
Very carefully.
That's the whole deck.
Cards in R&D so that could be played.
Server 5, and I think this should be enough, because we rest synchro, we rest synchro, we rest powers. Is that a train on the very first server?
Oh wow. I thought she needed to install the agenda still, but no,
Nope.
It turns out that all right,
train number 1, get the click back, install, get back flood the market, install the second train with powers that be, pay 2 for flood the market.
6 credits to do it.
Yeah. Get a second train, click back, Neurospike.
Doesn't matter, not even bothering to grab something from the bin. I guess might as well grab the flood, and there's the Neurospike.
And there it is, folks.
And we have our champion of the Vancouver Megacity, Laura. Congratulations on this victory. Taking it with a successful firing of PD combo. Runner just a turn too slow.
Yeah.
One turn is all they needed.
And Cybershark there kicking himself over not installing the Hermes, which would have, disrupted the combo a little bit, forcing Laura to have to find some more value before she could execute the combo.
Maybe extra red levels or something.
Yeah. But it is hard. This is this PD combo deck is a tough deck to beat. It really feels like it demands specific solutions.
I think Hermes Loup with Devil Charms and Chisels probably is about as good a solution as we can find to it. But you still got to draw the cards in the right order, and you got to have the money to play all the cards.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, Laura.
We'll see
I believe
come on stream maybe. I don't know if you can, but we'll see. See if we can talk with either of these, our 2 finalists here.
I believe she went undefeated. She was the upper finals winner. She went completely undefeated on the cut.
Yeah, well done.
It's an impressive performance.
And she looked like she only dropped a single game during the entire tournament.
Wow. What a tournament.
All right, so now, do we emergency ban a card from this? And if so, what card are we banning?
Oh, I have strong opinions about this, but I'm also not someone who has played this deck enough to be of any repute in my opinions. But
so does the new card Flood get the chop, or do we finally take out Fully Up?
Fully Up. I think Flood the Market deserves some time in the sun. I think Flood the Market is a quite, having these kinds of payoffs is okay. I think the problem that I have with fully operational is sort of what we saw here, is that Laura can be at 1 credit and still manage to gain this amount of value. And to be fair, I don't think fully up is alone the problem. Is just we've had this collection, this critical mass of cards that really want to be played together. And I don't, I think this just puts way too much pressure way too quickly.
Yeah. My Asa loving heart is going to be sad when fully operational goes away. And of course it did just get an alt art card, which makes it, according to the null signal metric, a perfectly legitimate card to ban. It has a target on its back now.
Yeah.
You get an alt art card, now you're banned.
Puro Nuvo just, continuously managing to predict the next ban list. This is it is tough. I don't know. It's too fast. I do wonder if this is sort of making its way to Eternal, and what are they doing over there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this deck is even fast enough for Eternal. Eternal is the Wild West. When it comes to this.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I mean, maybe this is a combo that belongs in Eternal only.
Oh yeah, 34 Witches makes the great point that Eternal has Clot.
That's true. I mean, I suppose you can put in that makes you have to put in a virus, but then you're cutting out influence somewhere else, and it's a back and forth battle here. Yeah, and word on the street is just not a clock.
It's not it.
Placement.
It's not it.
It's not it. It is unfortunate. It doesn't even stop the because it's on points you scored, not points in your score area. So even though there would only be 5 points in score area if word on the street is scored during this, like you still do 6 with Neurospike, so that doesn't help. But I'm actually a little surprised not to see more Stone Ships in decks. I think that's a great card to help counter this. Yeah. So Laura has, I hear, agreed to come on stream shortly. We're just kind of getting everything set up, and she's no doubt being mobbed by friends and celebrating. There's champagne, I'm certain. Champagne, gold medals, lots of people fawning, that as a winner should have.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's interesting. I am a little bit disappointed we didn't get to see Laura's lat. I would have liked to see that matchup too, but combo is pretty great. So
yeah, I think this is probably the deck that this is probably the matchup that had the highest chance to just clinch the win in the first game. So
yeah,
Laura,
are you there?
Hello? Hello?
I can maybe soon.
I turned on a microphone, I think.
I see you. The sound is not coming through. But
hello, but we can't hear you yet.
We're still figuring it out, I guess. Hello?
There.
Oh, we can hear now. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations.
You had what looked like a pretty epic run through this tournament.
Yeah, the top cut went really smoothly. I've never had it this smooth before. I've always had to fight back from the lower bracket.
Yeah, no, coasting all the way through it. How many times did you pull off combo this tournament?
I played combo 4 times in Swiss yesterday and twice in cut today, and I only lost once on a game where I didn't draw any fully ops. And I've full turn comboed in all those games except for one, my first game yesterday, which was on stream, I had to spread out the combo over 2 turns.
Oh wow, I didn't even know you could do that.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can score
I-
6 points and just hold on to the flood. I miscounted my clicks, so I just held on to the 5-3 and the flood to just install flood next turn.
Hmm.
Oh, nice.
Okay, just have to score out the hard way.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh no.
I scored out to 9 in my first game because Sokka was playing like Stone Chip and Lilypad, so I was mentally prepared that he would have the hand size. But none of those came down, but I still had the board state to score to 9. So like pure
Oh,
damage check
wow.
alone, basically just adds extra click where you have to play flood instead of the last Nero.
And how did your lat do?
My lat went great. My lat was actually undefeated. I was really happy with it. It's just been my like comfort deck that I've been playing. It's quite good into both like Glacier, especially Melies, and assets. And I mainly played against Melies Glacier this weekend, which it performed perfectly on.
Nice.
Any cool cards in there? We didn't get to see the lat in stream, so what do you have cooking there?
It's an Audrey lat. It's playing 1 copy of
Ooh.
Steelskin and 3 copies of Strike Fund. This was originally a deck list innovated by, I believe Tuno was first to post it.
Yeah.
And then canceled and recently playing out of Hiram. But I find it very smooth out of lat, because lat draw gives you the extra cards to fuel Audrey. You can do a bunch of cool tricks too. So there's the infinite buffer drive Strike Fund loop at the end. You can pitch extra cards to get depth to lat hand size. Especially in a deep dive, in a meta where I'm trying to land deep dives. Deep dives are kind of bricks early on, so I can bottom the deep dive with Audrey buffer drive to just draw them at the end of the game, which is when I actually want them, as well as any other tech cards like Burner or Pinhole. But yeah, and having the 1 copy of Steelskin makes face checking into Jeki Ice quite manageable, actually. Yeah, really, really fun deck. I highly recommend it.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah, I remember that tech being around with the Audrey lat for a
Yeah,
while,
yeah.
and I haven't. It seems to have fallen out of favor. So it's really cool that you were able to. I don't know, maybe regionally, but it's cool that you managed to pilot it to the win today.
Yeah, there's some general
This
sentiment that
weekend.
Shaper's not good right now, and like, yes, we don't have the crack cards like Trick Shot or World Tree, but like, they unban deep dive. We can land deep dives again.
Yeah, awesome. Well, yeah. Anything you say about your decks or the tournament or anything else?
Oh my god, I guess
Any
I'll just give
shoutouts?
the shoutouts that come to mind. Yeah. First, it was a great event. Shout out to Sindarin who organized and helped host the stream. Shout out to all the people I've tested with, the scrubs, especially 34 Witches and JTFQ, who are the ones who really pioneered this OTK combo deck. Friends of QTM as well. I got to see a lot of them here. And special shout outs to Cybershark, David, who was my opponent, and Leah, who played at this event as well, who I test with and I'm friends with a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, this was a tournament full of sharks, and I think it is safe to say that you are one of the sharks as well. So
I can't think of myself that way, but okay.
yeah, congratulations again. You did
Thank you so
did a
much.
great run.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll see you. What's next on your list?
I'm
Take on
hoping
Worlds?
to be in Cascadia, and I should aim to be at Worlds, and maybe one more Megacity out in Boston just for fun.
Okay, everybody be on the lookout here.
Yeah. Boston, watch your bags.
Yeah, well, maybe not
PD
playing
is coming.
OTK.
Fair enough.
Yeah, this is a good experiment, but I think it's shown enough.
You got it out of your system.
Yeah. So what
Yeah.
do you think that what are your thoughts on the combo deck? Do you think that it's a good thing for the game? And do you think that there's something that Null Signal should do about it?
Yeah.
Or do you think
I
that
would
there's
say-
counterplay out there?
I would say it's like on the whole probably not good for the game. Especially like I'm a big Shaper player, and like Shaper kind of really struggled in this matchup, even with tech, like I mentioned. It just feels like you have very few turns to play the game, and you have to draw the first like 10 cards of your deck like exceptionally well. If you do that, you can have counterplay. Like I played against Lou's that get down, like they gotcha-pon all 3 breakers pretty quickly and can contest everything. Essa is quite an interesting matchup because they can sabotage some of the combo pieces and you have to scrounge in the back somehow. Crew Vic, which is like a new style of deck, is also interesting. Like some kinds of ice destruction, but the problem with ice destruction decks, I also played against a Crew Vic, ice struck decks are usually a bit sort of slower and inconsistent, like Seb. And so even that's not going to work all the way against this list. So like, I do worry that there just isn't quite enough counterplay into it that's like reasonable to expect. Not to mention that the turns can take a long time. I try to sort of be as efficient as possible in these combo turns, but like, there's just a lot of math to do.
Yeah. Yeah, and you math and like, did I draw the right cards? Like after that first fully op, did you not draw another fully
I
op?
did not
off
draw
it?
another fully op. Yep.
Yeah, we were wondering like
like how do you recover from that if the fully ops are the other two bottom cards of your deck, you know?
Yeah. So I think the option was either to just like abort the combo, like YDL, make some money, but then obviously I'm like somewhat flooded. But like Cybershark didn't really have any breaker solution other than the chisel, so I was maybe okay holding Agendas for a little bit. Or you can do what I did, which is just keep on drawing, right? And then with like 2 more RLCs and the top down, though I couldn't really afford the top down, which is why I chose not to play it. I had sort of just enough draw to make it likely that I could succeed. But like, that's kind of what's frustrating about this combo, especially on the like more aggressive combo lines. It's not guaranteed because the flops and the scoring things could all be on the bottom. So unless you're genuinely able to draw through the whole deck, that's the only way it can be guaranteed.
Yeah. Do you think what card do you think Null Signal will ban to deal with this?
I mean, I'm not on the ban team, so I don't know really how they make these decisions. My guess is fully op. I feel like a lot of people have like complained about fully op's bounce back econ. It is kind of a fun card. Like, it rewards a sort of wide ASA group style building, and like usually it doesn't make as much money as you think. Like, using it to draw so aggressively is pretty abnormal because of the combo with YDL. So like usually it's sort of an interesting card, but I think this has really pushed it over the edge. The other option is probably flood the market, but that's a new card that we're also experimenting with, so that would be a bummer. I think those are really the only 2 things holding up the deck. Everything else can kind of go.
Live without YDL?
Yeah, YDL probably matters, but then you can probably flop for money and like score over 2 turns.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chris. We have to let go of fully up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's had a good life.
It makes me
sad. It has a really nice alt art now too, so.
I know. That's what I was saying. It's like as soon as it gets the nice alt art, bam. It happened to Off-World Office. It's gonna happen to this.
Yeah, but we'll see. Maybe there is some cracked runner that can really like make comboing miserable. That will sort of naturally in the meta emerge. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe a really fast MuslihaT knife deck.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, you can set up your remote. if I can drop a knife in the first 3 turns.
Yeah.
Well, one thing
if you can knife into it.
If we're questing, I have tested against a chain reaction deck.
Oh,
yeah. Servers trash 2 ice. It doesn't do enough. It still doesn't stop the combo.
You know what we should do, Chris? Now that we're in the weird in the weird world, let's just unban Apocalypse.
Yeah.
Yo.
The Toronto Mera would be over the moon.
All right. Well, we'll let you go and celebrate your win.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations again. Have a great rest of your weekend, and we'll look forward to seeing you at least at Cascadia and probably in Montreal for Worlds.
All right.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Companion here.
Everyone, thank you for watching. My name's Diego. I go by Ultrafilter. I am part of the Toronto Meta, though originally I started playing Netrunner in the Bay Area, also part of Logic Bomb. You can kind of figure out how this got sorted out.
And thanks again to my earlier commentator, Steve, goes by I've Heard Nerfs, also here in the Bay Area, also a part of Logic Bomb. Thank you to the commentators from yesterday for having a fantastic series of comments on the standard. And thanks again to Cinderin and everybody who helped make the stream possible. See you around.
Yeah, have a good one.